time for our TCO22 Design Finals competition. Don't miss all the action, the live commentary, and see the awesome problems they're solving to become the TCO22 Design Champion, winning $10,000. Best of luck to all our finalists, and let's go!
So at the end of the day, what we're really looking for is your insight and your creative thinking and your innovative approaches based on the information that we've shared to help us kind of better understand this operation of relocation trawling, specifically its effectiveness, and whether there are opportunities to improve it that haven't been considered in the past. So what can you do to cause a breakthrough? And obviously a lot of this is laid out in the guidelines on the website, but really what we're looking for are kind of out-of-the-box analytic tools or visualizations based on the data that we've provided. Are there ways to look at this that can really help us make better decisions?
Good luck, TCO finalists. You're really cooking now, and you're baking a difference.
Hi everyone, congratulations for making it to TCO Finals. I know it was a lot of hard work for many of you. This year we have prepared many exciting things that I look forward to it. I wish everyone good luck in the competitions and have fun.
Hello, I'm Kets. I'd like to take this opportunity to wish you all the best for the upcoming competitions, and I hope you do your best and have a favorable result for yourself. So, all the best again.
Hello fellow Topcoders, my name is Vinat Sergeyev, nickname Garinich, and I am welcoming you to Boston for TCO 2022.
Hey guys, congratulations on making it to TCO 2022. We just wanted to stop and say congratulations, and we wish you luck.
Good luck. Have fun.
Hey guys, I'm Dr. Harrison Wells. I would like to congratulate you all for making this far, and I wish you best of luck for the Topcoder Finals.
Hi, my name is Aditya Mawadi from Bandung, Indonesia for TCO22 Design Finalists.
Hi, I'm Ariefk from Indonesia and I am very excited to compete in TCO22. See ya!
Hi everyone, I am Basuki Abinara from Indonesia. My handle is Basuki and will compete in design track competition. See you.
Hello, I am djackmania from Indonesia. My handle is djackmania and I'm competing for UI design track. Good luck everyone.
Hi, I'm Perile and this is my daughter. I live in Medan, Indonesia. I'm TCO22 UI design finalist. Being a design champion was the greatest experience that I ever had. I'll do my best this year. See you and have a nice day.
Hello everyone, my name is Handi, known as handiputra. I'm from Indonesia. I'm competing in design track. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is iaminfinite representing Indonesia. I'm gonna be competing in the design finals on my 6th TCO in Boston. I'll see you there.
Kirapon Sipunpat. Iamtong. I'm from Thailand. UI design track.
Hola, soy Kazu. Soy finalista de diseño. Mi nombre es Marco Morales y soy de Lima, Perú.
Hi everyone, I'm Arnando. My handle is Nondo_. UI design finalist from Indonesia.
Hi everyone, this is Surya from India, competing on UI design track. See you at TCO Finals.
Hi, Universo is here. My name is Steven and I come from Indonesia.
Oh yeah, hello guys. I'm Vicky. I'm from Hungary, Europe. I've been honored to be the co-pilot for this competition. It's very exciting for me because I haven't been on this side of the TCO yet. Yes, I'm a designer myself as well, and I'm curious what will happen. Thank you.
Hey everyone, this is Rajesh. My Topcoder handle is Try Studios. Although I used to compete with a different handle, but I've been a long time Topcoder member. And I'm excited to be commenting on the Topcoder Finals. Exciting to see all the competitors working on a problem. It's just so focused. I'm looking forward to this session.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Janice Rebello. I'm an account executive at Topcoder. So I deal with clients and help them crowdsource. And I'm so excited. I'm always excited during TCO time. But this time particularly, I'm not just excited about TCO, but the challenge, the design challenge, which is being run, because it's very relevant to my stream of work. So yeah, looking forward to the designs.
Hi guys, I'm Ivy Black, and I think I've been in Topcoder for some time now. I'm starting as a designer and going to a co-pilot and reviewer at the moment. This is probably my second time for commenting for the tournament, and yeah, really excited to see what all the finalists are bringing to the table this year.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to say that this looks like almost an all Indonesian finals. Almost 9 people competing from Indonesia out of 12. So that's awesome, especially for Indonesia. There are of course people from India and Thailand and Peru. Of course, we have the top of the tops. I'm Tong from Thailand, and then some of the other good competitors. Some veterans, some new ones. So this is going to be an interesting challenge. Vicky, do you want to tell us a little bit about the problem, and then we could start let us see what people have got in there. What are they building, creating?
Of course, Rajesh, thank you. So this year, the team has came up with a great idea. I think it's a great idea, which is we will provide a problem for not only the design track, but whatever the designers will create in this round, we will give the same thing, I mean the output, the outcome to the developers as well. I think this is a great idea, not easy to tackle, and we will see. I'm very, very excited to see one of our designers screens and designs concepts to be developed at the end. Let's jump to the problem itself. Why we have Janice with us here today is that because we will tackle a problem for Topcoder's sales team. When they are exhibiting on events like sales events, conferences, things like that. We have our team there. They are talking to potential clients. They have a bunch of printed materials and, of course, the knowledge of what kind of projects we have accomplished so far. And they are trying, of course, to get some deals signed. So we came up with this idea that we would like to create an application, a web application, which would help them to showcase these projects in a way that even the product we are creating now, that would also be a sales tool, because it's been created by the community as well in such a short time. So we had some discussions with the sales team to see what they need, and based on that, we created our specification. It's a little bit, it's a little bit tricky, because to be able to go through go on with the development, we had to limit our guys a little bit, so they cannot come up with very much out of the box concepts, because it wouldn't be possible to develop them in such a short time that the development finalists will have. Yes, so we will have 2 rounds, 3 hours each. And basically the first round will be the one which is dedicated to this application. And in the second round, it's a little bit different. It's also connected to this story. But in the second round, they will get like almost free hands, like they can go crazy about concepts, because that part will not be developed. Yes. Janice, can you tell us a little bit about this use case? So whenever you are there on an event, and how it goes? So what is it that you actually need?
Sure. So these conferences, these events bring together potential buyers, and they bring together a lot of sellers. Okay. And we want to bring our offerings to the client, right? We want to help the client solve all their problems. And imagine there are so many different booths out there. And there's just like a couple of you guys, a couple of we guys trying to talk, trying to communicate, trying to show the value add of what crowdsourcing is, what Topcoder is, what Topcoder community brings to the table. And it can often get overwhelming, because you'll have to remember all the case studies, you'll have to remember all the projects you have done in the past. And that's where having this app on a tab, one which prospective buyers could just go to, navigate on their own, and try and understand the kind of value which the community brings, and see real life case studies of what has happened in the past. I think that's spectacular, because that takes away half of my job. And at the same time, while I'm having conversations with people, trying to quickly understand which industry they belong to and try to show relevant work we have done there, brings a lot of, I'll say, gravitas and volume to the conversation with them as well. So for me, this is like having a personal assistant, and with all access, easy access to things which we have done so far, and relevant access. It's not just, me talking about something which may not be relevant to the customer, but depending upon where that potential customer comes from, I could talk about stuff which is very useful for them. So that's where this particular use case brings tremendous value to the sales team. And even the second round of it, I think that is amazing, because that's another level of engagement altogether, While, just like Vicky said, the first part kind of limits you in a way, because you have to develop this within the TCO timeframe. But the second part is where it adds a different level of engagement, and you're not just giving away swag, you're winning it. So, the brand recall for that particular person who might be initially just curious, but now they kind of know, or they can recall Topcoder a bit more because of this game, the scavenger hunt, which is being planned through the app. I think that's a very nice, comprehensive, holistic way of engaging any potential lead. So I'm super excited. I don't know what to say anymore.
That's a very I would say it's a real problem, and I've not seen anything like this in a TCO competition before. So I'm excited to look at what people are doing. What are they creating? I'm seeing some of the screens and looks quite interesting. I mean, personally, to me, the problem, the two rounds are giving designers the ability to explore something which is, in the first round, they're going to be a very logical approach. They have constraints, so they have to, think strategically. And in the second round, they'll have to be really creative to win that edge, get that edge over the other competitors. So it's interesting. Sita, do you have what do you think about these the rounds?
Well, what I have to say, first of all, the study case, it does look simple, but in reality, it's not. What people need to do here, you have such a short time span to take people's attention. And with this short time span, you need to highlight so many information in a go. How you see how easy people are distracted nowadays. So I can see a lot of designers, they understand about this and they use the powers of a layout, colors and everything. And there's some designers, they still don't think like, you don't want to chunk too much data in a go. You just want to see like the highlights of it. So some of the work provided is really nail the points, because these teams, they don't really have all the time in the world to take attention of these busy people on site. So
yeah,
this is not as simple as designers mostly think, and also the limitations that they cannot just go creating anything out of their personal taste. It has to mimic exactly what Topcoder have. So as a designer, I think it's always the hardest is like this. So people thinking like, oh, it's easy, there is already wireframe, I can just follow this the style. For me personally, that's actually not really the case. When you have limited, that you still want to have your work stand out. So this is showing the true talents of designers understanding what actually the company wants.
Yeah. I'm sure Janice has seen some of these screens that are being shown here, and I'm sure it's going to be piquing some interest. Can we zoom into some of the, let's look at Stark. So he's a competitor from India, and he's been a long time competitor. I think he's qualified for TCO, I think for the last 3-4 times. Looks like, and he's had a lot of, he's had a very good percentage of wins. Like there are 449 competitions that he's competed, and he's actually won 111 of them. So that is almost 25%, and that's a pretty awesome percentage. Yeah, so I think that we have a very healthy competition. I'd like to also look at some of the stats from Tong and Infinite, some of the top competitors. If we can also, if we can look at their screens and look at what they are designing. Tong, I've seen Tong's designs. They're very, very strategic, very to the point, and sometimes they solve problem, but they also bring a lot of flair. He's got a lot of visual sense of what makes sense to our customers, and how do we lay it out in a way where it can work well, both in terms of the logical flow, how the user interacts, how the user uses, and at the same time, it's very pleasing to look at some of his designs. So it looks like he is, he's working on the details screen. I think he's got a screen where he has the problem, the solutions for selection, and looks like a natural logical flow. So, one question to you, Jan, is when you are, when you have potential customers, I'm sure it's going to be very challenging for you to decide as to what solution you want to show them, right? Because you want to make that first impression, you want it to be a lasting impression. What sort of, what really goes into that? How do you make that decision?
So we feed on the information which potential leads give us, so it's all about asking the questions and understanding where they are coming from, like which industry they belong to, what is which department within the industry they belong to. And based on that, you need to make a quick decision on which case study you want to talk about or which project you want to talk about. And that's where essentially is where I see this app being like a great value add. And these designs have to be simple enough that just in a couple of clicks, you can, show them, oh, this is something which we have done, talk through it, that this is the value they added. And at the same time, you have it just right in your hand. You don't need to go to Google Drive, search for that specific project or anything, or call or try to rely on your memory that, what was that? So that's where I feel that you have to think quickly on your feet. You're talking to a person. There are so many other booths around. There's so many other people around trying to grab attention. And that's where, to keep that conversation engaged, to keep it relevant, we try to uncover as much information as possible, and then in a very brief way try to strike, hit bullseye with what they are looking for and what we have to offer from a plethora of options already available within us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, does that answer your question?
Oh, yes, absolutely, Janice. Sorry, I did not. I was just busy looking at some of the screens, some of these solutions. At least from what you say, to me, the solution should really focus on you as a user, and also making sure you are successful, right, at that booth. So that's the key problem the designers should be really focusing on. And I guess it's really a lot about visually showing the solutions rather than just a lot of text. So I guess that's where I would, that's how I would approach solving this. Making sure, I'm able to filter as a user, I'm able to filter based on what I need quickly and get to the solution and showcase one or two case studies so that, I could just jump right into that, have that conversation with the customer, a potential customer. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
sorry.
No, go on. Sorry.
Oh, no. And might I just add that keeping them engaged, right? It's not just the design has to be eye-catchy enough, and the eyes should focus on the part where you want them to focus. So it is a challenge. This one is not simple. You are dealing with people who have a very short attention span because there is a sensory overload of so many things happening around them. Yeah. It could be people, it could be other people trying to gain their attention. It's overwhelming at times. So this on paper may seem straightforward, but it's not, is what I feel. So I'm excited. Yeah.
I
totally agree with you.
Designers. Go ahead, Sita, sorry.
So if I may ask.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right now, is it Vicky? Okay, sorry. So again, so I think can be both for you because both of you are also designers. So if you are handling this design right now, these problems, how are you going to approach this? What will be your designs looks like then?
Who wants to answer that? Vicky, you want to do that first?
Me? Okay, maybe. Earlier, I just wanted to agree with you guys that, and how to approach, also it would be an answer for that as well. This is a very tricky use case, and I hope that they will somehow realize this, what Janice mentioned, that it's different from browsing on the internet, just myself alone in the room or in an office where I can still focus like in a normal level. this must be different. And it's also different in a sense that this application has, if you like, two types of users at the same time, because it's not only helping Janice for that matter. So it's not only her who would be able to retrieve the knowledge that she already has, but she's also like turning this to the customer. So they are using that, both of them at the same time. It is really tricky. The problem sounds like it's very, very simple. We have case studies on our homepage, but this has to look something different. And as I'm looking at the screens, what I realized is that there is a lot of text going on. I don't just mean the headings and things like that, but maybe if I had to design for this problem, I would cut that text. I mean, I would still use some, because in the specification, we also added that there might be a use case when, just let's imagine that we have the Topcoder booth, all the sales staff is busy with a potential customer, and then some other people would like to look around and listen to whatever they have to say. So they would have some other devices, some other tablet devices, which is available for the visitors. So they could also go ahead and check this, check the content. But still, I would say that they should think about this as well. So it's not like we don't want Janice there, if she's presenting whatever she has to say, to have to scroll a lot because of a lot of text. That is one thing I just realized. And also, by the way, as one of you has already mentioned, that this has to be somewhat, to some extent, Topcoder branded. That is why we provided the design system, which we use for the Topcoder products. And that is also something that limits them, but at the same time, they will have to find, you know, that thin line between really sticking to the design system and to what extent they can invite some other things, or how they can use it for a different purpose. So I'm very curious to see that as well.
I really second your thought on the text aspect, Vicky. And I think, you know, if I were to approach this solution, to me, I think there is one aspect where, you know, Janice and some of her teammates are working with potential customers, showing them and also talking about it. But I guess there's also this other aspect where you want to do a bit of a self-service, mode for the app, where somebody who just comes in and, you know, if you can just hand over an iPad, I mean, this tablet of yours and have them look at it. I would also keep that in my mind while designing the solution. Something where, you know, they could just narrow down, like what are the areas that I want to look at? What are the kind of solutions Topcoder builds? And, you know, click, and there, boom, I have 2-3 case studies. I could just quickly browse through them. And then maybe if I'm interested, you know, I could have a deeper conversation with the Topcoder team. I guess that's the approach that I would take. So I would rely on a lot of big visuals to just tap, because you don't necessarily hold the tablet on your hand if it is fixed in a place. And, you know, just flick, use gestures, maybe just get creative there.
Exactly, I agree. Yeah. And of course, our designers now, they don't have a chance to do proper copywriting. So the company Topcoder has people for that. And just what you said, Rajesh, is that probably this copywriter will have to find that amount of text and that phrase it in a way that it's how to say, catches their attention.
Yeah.
But we still will have to somehow force them, make them wait in that line to get to that salesperson, because at the end, the salesperson will sell, probably not the app. Yeah, Sita, what did you want to say? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, for me, if I am about to tackle this kind of a use case, I think I would use a lot of visual statistics. I think that probably one interesting, imagine you are in a very busy, crowded place, potential clients, and you just want to see the power of Topcoder have. Well, we have community. This is the project that we have done, and this is our biggest client so far that already working with us. I think that already speaks the volume about what Topcoders can do. I would play with that one, and the rest of the details, like you said, the text, I would be very careful on that. I don't want people really have to read a lot even to understand what is it about. So yes, a showcase of the portfolios, the clients, and the statistics, I think it would be a really great way to go. Some designers, I see they implemented this, and it's a very strong point what they're doing that. Because like we said, I often go to the events and some guys trying to show what they're doing. And the opening line is already get me distracted. I'm just like, what is it that you're trying to tell me about? After 20 minutes, I'm sorry, not 20 minutes, but after 5-6 minutes, then they finally convey what they want to do. And it's already too late. So I like this use case. It's not as simple, like I said beginning, it's not as simple, but it's showing your true talent to understand the problems and come with the solution. So it's not just about beauty. It's just not about nice, shiny interface. It's much more than that.
Yeah, that's a very interesting thought. I think some of our competitors have completed their submissions for round one. Yeah, djackmania really hitting it, taking the top spot with 87 points. I've seen some of his designs. I've also competed in some competitions with him directly. What I've noticed with djack solutions are they're very, very much to the point, and he really uses some very interesting visuals to tell a story. And that's what I was looking at, when he was designing that solution. He had a flow, but he really focused on, that making sure that the eye movement is soothing, and you're looking at the right information. Yeah, and then the Endondo coming in next with Universo taking the third place. That's interesting. So let's look at let's get started with round two. If you guys want to, what do you guys say?
Yeah, so this is the djackmania. Can we pull the design result for djackmania, please?
Yeah, and whilst we pull the design, I just want to say that there is a leaderboard, but every design had some elements which were so amazing or which others did not even think of. So it was really refreshing and really nice to be in the customer chair for once and kind of evaluate these designs, because every design had some or the other element which surprised me, and I can also resonate, or I can also empathize with customers that, oh, it's so tough to choose from so many designs and so many good designs. So I have to say that kudos to all the designers. It was amazing. Yeah, they were in some cases where the design may not have been very strong, but the elements which that person chose to highlight was very refreshing and very relevant to what we want to showcase to customers. So yeah, every design had something or the other in it.
So Janice, may we ask what is actually the very strong point, why you think djackmania result is so far on the top of the leaderboard now?
Oh, I'll have to look at his design. Can you bring that up? Oh, yeah. So for me as a user, I'm no design expert, but for me as a user, this immediately grabs attention. The featured project, it adds credibility because you have the client testimonials which just follow after it. And within the client testimonials also, I think he has focused on titles which are just 2 to 3 words, like rapid execution or tremendous execution, rapid results. So I don't even need to go through the content. In the 2 seconds which I look, I see, oh, rapid execution. And this is something which I process immediately. And the call to action below as well, that, see, this is the kind of work we have done. This is where we build up credibility. And this is how you can approach us. Just leave an email ID. I think it's to the point. I think even if I'm just on the first screen, it is something which grabs my attention. It makes me curious enough to explore more. And that's where I think this design really does both, captures attention plus engages.
Yeah. Jackmania is a veteran designer. He's from Indonesia. I knew him personally. Very humble guy. And okay, age-wise, he might be not but still he's very, very young at heart. You can see from the result that he's colorful, it's vibrant. And I like he plays with the statistic that I just mentioned before, all in the main of the highlights of the design. You can see already like this number is interesting. And I totally agree with you said, like there's so many elements there, and it will be engage users a lot, like seeing these testimonials. I didn't see it until I'm seeing the full pictures of his design now. This is a very brilliant tactics, and he's always thinking out of the box. A big salute to this guy because he is very talented designer.
Yeah, I could see, how it, right, like Janice said, it's to the point. It's absolutely to the point. It's exactly what you need in a flash. Could we look at some of the other designers on the top, Endondo and maybe even Universo, some of the other guys? It'll be interesting to see how they solve that.
Yeah, Ndondo is the second one. I'd like to see his approach for this as a comparison.
Yeah.
I like the patterns, seeing this time lapse of designers so far. And I like the beauty of it. Like they're just starting from nothing, like all the first of the screen is all about like, brainstorming. And then once they're starting, it's just like magically just finish. It's, I really miss this process. I'm also, when designing like this, first 1 hour, probably even just basically just like sketching and everything. But once you decided like, okay, I go this way, that's it.
Yeah, I think those first few minutes of the competition are very, very crucial because you are choosing a direction, and then it's all about execution. The direction can make or break your design, because sometimes execution could be made. If you are fast, if you've been practicing a lot with tools like Figma, you have so many options now, and then you could quickly just create what you've imagined. So at least being in the last 2 TCOs myself, I've experienced that, where you need to really be strategic. You need to solve for the problem and think of ways where you could stand out. And I guess that's what some of our top competitors here are doing. And I'm also noticing that most of the designers that I'm looking at are using Figma to begin with. I think Endondo here is using Sketch. So of course, Sketch was a designer's choice of the tool a little while ago, but now Figma has really taken over with a lot of capabilities. So yeah, he's almost done.
And also,
now.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Also, some of the designers, they know multiple tools. Even if you have a favorite one, you could go from here to there. And this time, since we since we shared the design system with them, which has been created in Figma. Maybe that that predetermined this statistics a little bit. So those who would be able to use Sketch or XD as well, they selected Figma because they have a little bit easier job right now. By the way, we shared the design system earlier, like a week earlier or something like that, because we were accounting for this issue, and we wanted to have those, if you like, who cannot use Figma, so they can prepare. And we also shared that it's going to be, of course, if you share the design system, that's obvious, first of all, and we shared that it's going to be a Topcoder problem, so they knew if they wanted to prepare, they can prepare.
Yes, keeping all the assets ready, making sure your text styles, everything, so I guess at least that gives a good way to prepare. But yes, I mean, I would definitely find it difficult to switch tool in a week's time. So I'm sure it could have been a challenge for some others who've not been using Figma. Yeah, let's look at who do we have next in our leaderboard.
I think Janice want to give a comment about Dondo, why they decided also this is for the second place. Can you please share us your opinion?
Oh yeah, one thing I loved about the submission was how on the first screen itself, he had these, I think they're called tiles of industries, that, okay, I'm talking to a customer, oh, they belong to, let's say, the oil and gas sector, and tick. With one click, I have, or even if the customer is going to the booth themselves and self-serving themselves, picking up an iPad, immediately, okay, that's my industry. Let me see what Topcoder has done in there. So I think that was a brilliant take. And I think there are two categories, like one was industry and the other was capabilities. So really like the way it is structured from a ease of use perspective, that's one thing I really liked about this design.
Yeah, and it's interesting that beyond the categories, you have a huge search on the top. So if you don't find something, you could immediately look for it. And then you have, within the industry, once you've selected something, you have a list of videos specifically to that client. So you could just click on that and then just sit back and just watch the case study. That is an interesting idea too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So I guess we go to the universo now, the third one. This also Indonesian designer. Yeah, you're right. This is basically lots of Indonesians. I don't know why. I guess we just like convincing each other. Come on, guys, walk in Topcoder.
They're killing it.
A lot of us actually friends in college and everything. So basically, a lot of people know each other. So like me, I'm from the city where a majority of designers also from where I am. So we have hangout and everything. Not really now because I moved to UK, but it was a very, very healthy community. Everyone supporting each other, encouraging. So this is what I said always. Topcoder community is very different. It's a competition, but it's a very positive community. People not trying tearing everyone's down. In fact, they're pushing everyone to keep trying and helping them like what's working and not working.
Yeah, it's almost like a culture, right? And you keep pushing each other, you keep getting better. Interesting. So
yeah, and that's so interesting because it's a competition, but it's like a collaborative environment. So everyone's giving the best. I mean, this is one of the intangible beauties, while you see deliverables, this is something which is not easily replaceable. This is something which adds a lot of positivity and vibe to the entire Topcoder community, and happy to witness that. That's amazing. Yeah. You should have a TCO of your own within Indonesia.
In fact, they have. I mean, the regionals, which I had the chance to visit. Which I had the chance to visit. So I've been to Medan with my daughter this year for the regionals, and it was amazing. It was great to see all these great people from Medan. Thank you again for having me there.
I remember seeing pictures. And I think the design competition is really huge. You have so many competitors there. So like Sita was saying, that it's a huge culture, and I think colleges participate in it big time. A lot of young crowd too.
So Vicky, you've been to Medan then, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, if you can give a quick comment about the city.
It was amazing. I loved it. I really loved it. It was a little bit hectic because we just arrived the day of the event, so we were totally crashed. Still, we had a great time, and we spent a couple of weeks there with Yo-Yo. Not only in Medan, because we jumped to Jakarta quickly, but we climbed the mountain at least, and we saw a volcano close, and it was awesome. And it was really good to meet you guys.
Glad to hear that. So we already have the list of the round 1, and so we go to the design round 2 then.
Yes, exciting to see that.
Can you explain to us what's the study case of round 2, Vicky?
Yes. So round 1 is over. They are not limited anymore. I set them free. So they can jump to round 2, which will be, I think, more exciting for them, because we figured that we still stay at the sales event, and everybody loves swag, right? We all love Topcoder stuff, t-shirts and things like that. And also conferences are like that, so you can collect a lot of cool stuff. So we figured, what if we offer a little game for our visitors? Let's suppose that we have the tablet application that we have just designed. I mean, they have just designed. We would show them a QR code or something like that through that application, which they could scan with their mobile devices, land on another web app, if you like, and they can play a scavenger hunt. So imagine like you have a couple of objects, like virtual objects or like real objects in the location, in that room, or maybe you have to go over, you have to find the secret places with the help of your camera. So you would get some hints through this app, and you have to find some of these objects, like we suggested, I don't know, a TCO logo, or something about gig work, or maybe Topcoder Academy. So still some products that we offer, right? So it's a game, but they would still learn something about Topcoder through this. And also, again, back to the sales tool. This is also something that the community develops, not in reality yet, but who knows what will happen in the future. So these visitors could see how the community tackles problems which uses contemporary technology, like AR for that matter, or scanning, NFC, things like that. So I'm very curious how they would go about it, because this time we didn't really give them anything. We gave them a couple of screens, like descriptions of how we imagine it, that you have a landing screen that you have where you can read rules or how to play that game, and then you have those screens where you are actually going around the location and try to find those objects, and what happens when you find it, what happens when you finish finding all of them, so then you can go back to the stall and collect your awesome present. So they have a free hand now, and I hope that they will enjoy this round. What do you think, guys, about this problem?
I think it's a very...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It was an interesting transition from, them visiting into the booth and then, getting a phone to interact with something really I think and then placing those objects can kind of reinforces the brand. So it is a natural transition from something serious to something fun and providing a lasting memory. And they'll definitely want to come back, either to collect the swag or at least learn more. So I think that it's a very very thoughtful second round problem. Sorry, Janice, go ahead. I interrupted you.
Yeah, no, you echoed what I wanted to say. And when they come back to collect the swag, that's when I'll be like, oh, by the way, this was designed within so many hours. And this is what the community built. Yeah, so it continues the conversation. And it's fun. I'm biased towards scavenger hunts. So I personally also like this idea a lot. And yeah, I think it would be fun for anyone involved. And going from something so serious, to something so engaging and fun where people can be a bit goofy is what helps build relations, let your guard down, and take the conversation further. So I'm excited for this one.
I'm looking at some of the designers just cracking through solutions here.
I'm curious, for instance. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
again.
No, go ahead, Vicky.
For instance, I'm very curious if they will have any consistency between their first round and second round submission. Because in reality, if we would really develop both apps or whatever, both of these products, it would be nice if they would be somehow consistent, like the branding, which is a little bit different from what you see on the homepage. But it would be nice if they would take the same, style out from that location to another, or from another device to another device. I'm curious about this.
And one other thing I like about this challenge is, guys, you have to earn Topcoder swag. It's not just given away, Make some effort, even if you're the client, yeah. Topcoder swag is to be earned. So
and not even just the client, just a potential client, right?
Potential client, yeah.
Everyone is a kid. They like to play.
Yes.
I would maybe have a leaderboard there as well. However, it's a little bit like private data, but if they want to enter the leaderboard with their email addresses that you can use later, then or even just the leaderboard, because it's fun. Again, I was best. Yeah, people like to compete.
Yeah. Based on the timing, is it? You'll see everyone just running around.
And they also get a sense of the competition, right? Like the whole competition model that we have. And they get a sense of that. Like, this is how we produce your designs, produce your work for you. I think it kind of not just echoes in terms of what they are searching, but also the fact that they are playing in a game. It's a competition of sorts. So it kind of echoes the brand even in that way.
That's a great thought. I love that thought, Rajesh. Yeah, that the excitement that they can feel, that's what we feel when we are working on their problems. Not just that it's work and you can make money of it or something like that. It's also exciting.
Yes.
That's a very good thought.
Yeah, this gamification is just, it properly resonates with what we stand for. And it is interesting to see, it is interesting to envision how people are going to go about it, I can't wait to actually have this ready, working, and to be used by potential users, leads, prospective buyers, whatever you want to call them. Yeah. And I'm looking at some of these screens here, and it's already getting me excited.
Yes.
This seems fun.
Some of the designers are also looking at the AR aspect of there are lots of ways of approaching this. Like you could really have a mode where you're searching, you're learning about the competition, and then you're actually really doing it, right? Like you're searching. And how does the app really help? I mean, I saw some of the designers also hinting them. If you look at this one right here, and on the screen, he's indicating some really big clues. He's got a hint on the bottom of the screen. So I really like how not just the physical space is being used, but also how the screen can assist you at every step that you take, and hinting you, guiding you. So that makes it even more interesting.
Right, and giving a bit of Topcoder trivia along the way.
Yes.
So we're looking for this Ndondo design right now. What do you guys think a bit about what he's doing, currently working right now? Like if it's like a very subjective feedback, I would say.
Yeah, I like the fact that he's got this whole office environmental setup. Then he's got these little clues on the top. And then I'm trying to figure out what is this second screen that is that the logo that, yeah.
Yes, I think that this is the screen when you are about to find, I mean, you are already seeing what you have been looking for.
I like how airy it is. I know sometimes when people say gamifications, it's always like heavy and dark, but what I like, because Topcoder is still like a company, and he's trying to make a little bit, not too much game-ish theme on it. The icons, the minimalist, I quite enjoy what he's doing right now.
I'd like to try all of them in reality to be able to decide.
I mean, the screens now itself are so engaging. I just can't wait to play. Like, Vicky, we should keep it as a competition at the next TCO amongst people. Yeah.
And I'm seeing some of the designers. Yeah. Oh, look at this. This is an interesting one from Stark. He's got these colorful arrows indicating the directions that he should be taking. Yeah. And this is, I mean, AR could be really taken very far, in terms of how assistive you want it to be. I've also seen certain apps where you could actually scale, help me like I'm a kid, like I'm a 6-year-old, or I mean, I don't need a lot of help. Just show me the right amount of hints. So you could customize the amount of assistance you get. And
Yeah, I personally feel it's a little bit crowded now, like what he's doing right now. Could be just like a tiny hint, that's the idea of a game, right? It's just should be fun. It shouldn't be just like assisted directions, just like 30 steps to the left and you get to your final destination. It just feels like a map to me anyway.
I agree. This must it must be a bit challenging. But if I superimpose this to other use cases, like let's say navigating your way through a hospital or something, it's a great thing. Yeah. I mean, I know we are just doing it as a scavenger hunt, but this has multiple applications. So, like, okay, this way would be the OT and whatnot. So.
Yeah. I've not seen a lot of Farilay's work before, but I've, just a few competitions that I've competed with, and I've seen her work to be fantastic in terms of visuals, and so I really want to see some of her designs and how is she tackling this problem here.
If it's Fairylay, actually, I have a very strong hope or belief she probably will tackle this very well. She's an Indonesian designer as well, and she was very focusing on the animation. So she have a very great growing channels for making animation. She plays music, she draws, So this is jack of all trades. Verilei is very talented designers, and she also one of the only women winner of Topcoder tournament so far. Although we shouldn't be about gender, but still considering like the amount of females in the Topcoder design is actually quite small, and she made it to the top. So she is very into animations, cartoons, and so I have a very high expectations when it's come to this kind of a topic for a contest. She will do very well.
She's a 4-time competitor, TCO competitor, finals competitor, and I think a 1-time champion TCO 14. So this is almost marking a return of her. And yeah, I mean, I could see what you are saying, Sita. Some of the design, I mean, the screens that she's creating, she's really spending a lot of time on the detailing, and working on smaller aspects, and how she's manipulating smaller things to just make it work. So that's very interesting.
Look at that. I'm sorry. That's very good. I love it. She's making a puzzle out of the logo. That's
wow.
awesome.
That's wow.
That is
I'm sorry for it,
brilliant.
I loved it.
And she's doing it so
Goosebumps.
quickly. Wow. She's just doing it so quickly. Mind blowing, really fast. Oh wow.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what she was doing, because first I thought she's making some horns or something, but whoa.
Wow.
This is
Yes, she's a very talented artist. So if you want to heading up for her YouTube channel, she made cartoons, and she's building a lot of fans in Indonesia, actually, like very good subscriber. So and recently I think she's joining also for a competitions on the Indonesia and China collaboration, and she's also on the top final for that challenge as well. So this is a very talented designer who is never stop growing.
She's almost branding this application with a logo, scavenger hunt logo. Wow.
That's a nice touch. I love it.
yeah, it just went on getting better and better and better,
Yeah.
First she made those shapes, then she colored them, then she added a magnifying glass.
Here is an interesting. Universo is having a sort of a checklist of items the user needs to collect. Yeah. I mean, when I read this problem, I had this approach in my mind. I wanted that checklist. So yes, spot on for Universo. Because you want to win the game, and you want to make sure you are collecting all of them. So yes, this is, from a competition perspective, this is absolutely important.
Oh. This
is interesting. Yeah.
Sit now. What we can see here, because there is no limit on this contest, on this round, people just bringing out their own sense of style in all of the design. We see this. I mean, you can tell like this guy is really into bold colors. The other one is just like really like minimals, doesn't want to play too much with it. I like it. Both are great. So when you make sure that they understand problems don't have to, it is not being subjective as designers, but here you just let the gate open, go crazy, and literally every just like doing whatever the best they always do, and you can see the signature of the designers here. So iamtong also, I kind of seen his work too much, so in a glimpse I can already have feeling like, this is Tong. Something about his work is he have a very strong signature on his work. So I'm looking forward for his design. Here we go. Very modern, very clean as always.
Yeah.
And he likes pastel. Did you guys notice that? He likes pastel colors combinations of all of his work.
I'm sorry,
Not
what
this time, though.
what
This
combination, Asita? Say that again, please.
he like he likes using like a pastel colors. That's what I
yeah.
noticed mostly.
Yes,
Palette.
yes, I agree. Yes, I have seen that, and I mean, he makes it work. That's interesting. It really, he uses one big bold color, and then he uses a very few, supplementary colors, but then he gets it right. So he's got these. I mean, I've seen Tong not creating a lot of screens, but whatever he creates, he creates with a lot of purpose and meaning, which is something that is unique to Tong. I've seen a lot of other designers creating a lot more screens to explain the interactions, but when it comes to Tong, it's he's got it to the point. And now, if you could see that flow naturally evolving here in all the screens.
I like what he's written. Go get them. It gives me a Pokemon Go vibe. Gotta catch them all.
Wow, it also has some Topcoder stats after you've got them. So that's pretty awesome. Literally reinforcing the brand every step of the way. The power of the community.
Yeah, and it's not in your face, it's like
Yes.
so seamlessly fit in that it doesn't seem out of place.
Yeah, now he's focusing on stitching these screens, making sure that when you play with it, you've got it bang on. And you don't literally have to go through screens, but you can just literally play with the prototype. It's very important, as a designer. I personally, when I submit, I make sure that all of my hotspots are working, are stitched well together. And personally, to me, it's important that when somebody is looking at my design, they're actually experiencing the product and not just looking at a solution to a problem. And here is iaminfinite. He's another solid designer who's won so many competitions. He's just next to Tong in terms of numbers, and he's got a lot under his belt. And interesting. I mean, it's very interesting to see the approach. If we can look at some of his work here.
So he's infinite indeed.
And it's
Yeah,
cool that he's using images from TCO from 19, I think.
Oh,
So
wow.
you can
Yeah.
see where we worked, and then like other places. That's great. That's just the presentation. So okay, it has nothing to
Yeah.
do with the concept, but still the presentation, it's really nice. I think so about that as well. And I'm sorry to interrupt again, Sita.
No, I'm just want to comment about the handles of iaminfinite and iamtong. We always making fun of it, like too much. And in the past, they sometimes even competing next to each other. So I am, both of them are competing. It brings back a lot of memories. I do kind of really miss the Topcoder Open because it's such a great time meeting all of these talented designers and programmers from all around the world. So really hoping forward maybe soon we can go back to the on-site competitions again.
Next
Hopefully
year,
so.
next year, inshallah.
Right, this is a KZZU. I don't know how to spell the username.
It's from Peru for South America. Wow.
Oh, okay.
Okay, guys,
Okay,
you have to know about him is that he's how he put it. So he's not a UI designer, if you like. So he's not that experienced in this. He mostly won like branding challenges, print and stuff like that. So this is something new for him. Also, the tool is new for him. So in round one, I realized that he was using Figma. Now he's using Sketch, right? And that is very brave. So I would be totally freaked out if I had to switch to a completely new tool in such a short time, because he's working in either Illustrator or Photoshop or something like that. So he's really brave.
Yeah, and I'm seeing him move quite fast, even with Sketch. That's interesting, actually. He's just going at it. He's got so much movement happening.
And thanks for sharing that information, Vicky. Like, it's amazing to see that members challenge themselves as well, and the growth which comes with it. This is amazing. This is amazing story. Go, Marco.
We're almost coming towards the end, right? Almost. People are just about. Some of them have already started submitting their designs, and so many different concepts, different approaches. Wow, yeah, just mind blown. I mean, I've not seen anything which is similar. Any two designs which are similar. So look at the amount of 360-degree perspectives that you get. Someone's playing with the logo, someone's playing with the branded reinforcements, somebody's trying to make it real, like, iamfinite here, really using a TCO environment, and somebody's, gamifying it. There's so much really focusing on the AR. So that's very interesting. This is, I think, this is in true sense the power of the community.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the people who have to judge.
Absolutely.
Me too. But also they may have felt like it's a little bit boring because things were, I wouldn't say they were identical, but at least the designers didn't have a chance to, to modify so much things. But here, as you said, everything is different, so it won't be easy.
Yes, absolutely.
Even the stock images which they're choosing are so different.
Yes.
There's absolutely no limit here. Yeah.
So is there any designer screen that we haven't seen so far for the round 2? I think we already go through all of them.
Can we look at Aditem? I've seen just a few glimpses of him. I'd like to see more.
Okay, this is the universo.
Okay.
I like that bold style that he has, if you know what I mean, with those large, like he used for statistics in the other app. Now we have the same thing here, and it has this, boldness to it. I like it.
Universal style is always like this. So if you go through all of his designs, he's always playing with the big headlines. That's is very his signature, actually.
Wow.
Right.
I've seen universo really do well over the last couple of years, winning a lot more competitions, getting the first place. And his approaches, I mean, like Sita said, some really bold approaches, even in very, complex, feature-heavy projects. I've seen him take that bold approach and still win that. So it's a unique style, I would say. Okay, there it is. We have Aditya.
Okay, this.
It looks like he's working on the preview, I think. Yeah.
Oh, how sweet of him.
Yes.
This is always my questions. If I'm on final, do I really need to focus to making this first screen of previews, or is just really like, because times is very precious, right? That will be on the list of the bottom of my list that I need to be done if I still have some time to execute it.
My feeling about the preview screen is that, I'm sorry, again.
No, Vicky, go ahead.
Okay. So my feeling about this preview, not screen, preview image, if you like, is that, I don't know, I just feel it that in the past, the system that the co-pilots use, and maybe you guys as well, the member as well, that this has been pulled by the system and showed to you so that you could see which one is which. I've never used it as a co-pilot. I mean, whenever I'm dealing with the submissions, I have it there, of course, and I'm uploading, but I have to blah, blah, blah. But I haven't seen us using it, except for rocks challenges, where it's not even, you know, the preview picture, the preview image that is important, but the designers also have to submit like a screen size and normal screen aspect ratio image of the presentation of their designs, just like what we have seen here. So he's showing 3 screens in a nice layout. And I think that those would be shown to the customers when that project manager is working together in that short amount of time with the clients.
Yeah, interesting how different use cases are, even to whom you show and when these preview screens get used. Personally, to me, I mean, I followed a lead from iamtong. You know, he usually uses one of the screens from the submission as the preview. It doesn't even care to change the aspect ratio of it. So I think that's an approach that I take myself. But I really liked. I think it really matters a lot in RUPS challenges and in some client presentations when you want to look at a lot of designs and you want to choose which one you want to open.
Everyone has a different approach to say when I co-pilot a challenge, and then I usually like to like hand over, if you like, all these files. I kind of sometimes, I'm sorry to say, but modify some naming so they are consistent. So if we were to show this to a client, because it may happen that without the source files, we would show the submission files, then they are consistent. So it's that preview file is not called as the screen is called. So they would understand that what is this screen doing out there. And that's what I would do with the folders as well, to be honest. So that if I show it to someone, to a customer, then it's not all over the place. And I sort of struggle with it sometimes, that I see that many people, I mean, most of you guys just, I don't know, I didn't say that. So some of the members, because I don't know it by heart who does that, but a lot of them, they are just not following what's being asked. It's not a big deal, but if you have to process like 20 submissions, then it gets a little bit like, oh, no. So actually why it could be important is just that they are consistent. So whenever we let a customer into Google Drive to check out the screens, which I don't think that it happens too much nowadays because we are using Marvel, but still it could happen, then they are more presentable.
Oh, definitely. Like Marvel leaves an impact unlike any other. Yeah, because it actually simulates how the user would use it, and you know, the interactions. And there have been a couple of times where we presented the Marvel app and they thought we actually built it. And we're like, no, these are just design files.
Exactly. I've heard this from a customer as well, that how is this? What is it? Is it HTML and CSS? What is it? No, it's just static images. And another thing, like a message to designers, members who might see this, is that please make the effort and put those hotspots out there. Because of this, what Janice just said, if the client is there and it's not like I'm presenting it or something, but a client is trying to find out what your solution is, then it helps a big deal. Not only it helps him, but it also helps you to win that challenge. Because if it's not, if this prototype is not showing what the product would do, but your opponents, like the other members, their prototypes are pretty neatly done and there are clickable buttons and things like that, then they have an advantage over you. So if you are not like in a 30-minute brackets challenge, or you don't have a very short time, then please try to make the effort and put those hotspots in place. That will give you an advantage.
I
Thank
agree.
you.
They make a lot of difference. Lot of difference.
And not to mention that nowadays in some projects, we also let members use Figma prototypes. Not every time, but it happens that they don't even have to use Marvel, because if you work in Figma, the prototyping in Figma is like, way better. So you cannot even compare Marvel and Figma. It's just amazing what you can do there, like really like it was a real product, except it doesn't have variables like Extra had, or still has. I haven't seen Extra for a long time, but that was one step over this. And if they will introduce that at some point, maybe, then it will be a killer tool. So yeah, good.
Totally agree with that.
Prototyping is great. Sorry?
Totally agree with that, yes.
All right.
So have we seen everyone?
Yeah. We've seen a lot of great, really unique approach from every designers. I like it. You can see the signatures of everyone. Finally, they can just go free and they just like really playing with their style. And I also have a few of designers that I have in my mind. I have a feeling it's going to be the top, but it's very subjective. But some of them I can see is very strong contender there. You want to talk about it, or I guess we can just keep it as a surprise later?
Why not? Just go ahead for a few seconds.
I like what Dondo doing. He keeps the stylings of the Topcoder itself, so it's not really like totally different thing. Directions, the hints of rewards and everything. I like what he's doing. And what about you guys? Do you have something like you find like very attractive that you have like, wow, that's why it's doing so nice?
Yeah, I'm a bit confused because I've seen so many. I can't remember which one is which. Maybe I think iamfinite. I like Tom's approach. I like djackmania too. So I guess maybe one of these. Let's see. What about you guys, Janice, Vicky?
I'm on the same boat as you are, honestly. There were elements in every design I liked, but what particularly stood out for me, maybe it's not even a part of the problem statement, is what Ferilia made, the Topcoder logo. But on a more serious note, it's tough to choose, honestly. I mean, everything which came in had that designer's unique perspective embedded in, and they were all beautiful and creative. I know this answer is not what you're looking for, but yeah, I mean, I'm keeping quiet on this. Fingers crossed. And in my eyes, they all are winners. Honestly, making to TCO itself is such a big deal.
Yes,
and you're making me choose between the winners. It's tough. It's tough. Come on, guys. Cut me some slack.
Right. So I guess we will see the surprise soon, which is it's going to be easy task, as you say, because there are so many beautiful things there to comment on. But we are looking forward, and hopefully all the best for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
May the best designs win.
Yeah.
So I guess this is it for these commentary sessions. So thank you again, guys, for the opportunity. It's really nice to see all of my fellow designers here and seeing all the new face and old face. So hopefully next year we can meet again and commenting on site, hopefully.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Everyone to the first ever sponsored Topcoder course on Figma, the new shiny tool for UI UX design in the market. And it's very exciting for us to bring you this opportunity to learn today how to create a sleek, useful design in Figma using modern tools. This is what you see here is what you're going to be building, designing, and with the help of an amazing design process brought today by the one and only Yoki, our UX designer. We're very glad to be here. I am Luis, your host today. I work in Topcoder in the community team and education for members. And our rockstar UI UX designer is Yoki. He's a Topcoder MVP. He has been in the community for more than 10 years, has an extraordinary design career, working and solving problems for big clients, such as he's worked with Harvard University, NASA projects, and has a lot of experience accumulated he wants to share with us today. We're very lucky to have him. And I'm profit from his wisdom and design tips that he has prepared for us today. And I can also say that, of course, he's my friend, good friend, and I cannot avoid to ask him, hey, Yoki, welcome. How are you doing today?
Hi, Luis. I'm fine. It's really great and excited to be here, sharing about the design, discussing about the design process. Yeah, I can wait it.
Great. Let's get it started. And we're both very excited to create this content for you, so you can profit from tools that will serve you for designing. Even if you're a new designer, a rookie designer, this will work for you. Or if you already know some design, but you want to sharpen up those skills and use modern design process that will help you speed up your system, this is also a place for you. So welcome again. And just before getting started, just a reminder of the format that this course has is a play-by-play format. So basically, our designer Yoki is going to be designing, and while he's designing and teaching us his techniques, I'm going to be questioning all of his moves play-by-play, one by one. And in this way, we will all learn. I will just play the role of a new designer who is asking questions and learning from his process. And the content we created for you is very simple, a few chapters where we hope that you can grasp all the magics that you need to become a designer, a great designer. So we have the Yoki's design process. We're going to explore the Figma magic tools, the tools that we need to complete this design exercise. We're going to, of course, run over the problem exploration. We're going to sketch draft solutions. We're going to spend a lot of time in Figma doing visual design. And finally, we're going to learn how to submit this work in Topcoder and have the opportunity to earn money, earn more experience, and work with real clients. And let's continue with the Figma course. And we're going to explore now Yoki's design process. But before getting to that, I would like to ask you, my good friend Yoki, what makes a great designer?
Thank you, Luis. That's a very really great question. But I prefer to use the word a better designer because why? A good designer always try to be a better designer. They always try to be a designer who give like a better solution. They improve their design processes. They improve the efficiency. So a great designer always try to be a better designer. So let's use the word a better designer.
So yeah, I definitely agree using the term better designer. And I couldn't avoid hearing out you say, talk about design process. So I would like to ask you, why it's important to have a design process?
Yeah. So every time we work with the project or the task, the main goal is to bring a right solution for the problem. So the design process is just like a serial process that lead us to build a better solution, to give the right solution. So before that, we have several processes that we should follow it. So for example, we have to understanding the brief, and we can do a research or find any references. Then we can start sketching ideas, and that's the several steps before we are jumping to the using the actual design tool. So that kind of design processes is it's necessary to do.
Yeah, I can see the benefit already of having a systematic approach to following certain steps that don't hinder your creativity, but they help you speed up your process. You're not doing random things around. Let's continue with the Figma course. We're very excited here to provide this content. And now we're going to explore the design tool that we will use to build the Slick Design user profile page that we saw at the beginning. And before getting started, of course, I would like to ask you, Yoki, my good friend, why are we using this tool today? Why Figma and not something else?
Yeah. Actually, I don't have like a particular or very specific design tool, but why Figma? Because currently Figma is used by many company, by many project. So it's actually great to learn a new any kind of design tool that used by many people. So we don't have to restrain ourselves that we are love to a specific design tool. So we should embrace to learn any a new design tool. Why Figma? Because my opinion is that Figma is the closest design tool to the developer. So we have like a easy handover process from the design into the developer. So also Figma has their community, which can we can see here. There's a plugin. We can see that any design that already made by a community member. So we can explore it and we can learn it. So and there's a many benefit while using Figma as a starter when you are learning for the UI design for the first time. Figma is a free and it's not specific to a particular OS. You can install it on both Windows and a Mac OS. You can also open it in the browser, so you don't have to install a desktop version. You can create a prototype and you can share it to your client or your customer. The most important thing is you can do a live collaboration design with other designer. You can doing a live collaboration actually. That's a one of the kind of features that Figma has.
Wow, that sounds all fantastic. Many things to try, and as I mentioned in this, many things to try makes me wonder if I'm starting. There are these tremendous number of benefits, of course, but if I am starting, I'm a new designer. What should I focus on to get started?
Yeah, nice. So we'll cover a basic design tool. Basically, we're just focusing on what kind of a basic tool we should or we will use frequently. So we can start here. We can do like like a new page here. Basically, we will have like this one. We will have focusing on this one. It's called a frame, and this one a shape. Yeah.
Okay.
And this one is a text tool. So most of the time you will use this tree. You will use this a lot. So you are you can only focusing on this one.
Okay.
And then we will explain about the plugin. This will help your design process. This also help you to help with your design content, but your like doing dummy text, looking for the icons, free for the commercial use icons. And if you are working with the many screen, and you need to change text or maybe any design element, you can use this one. So this is one of my setter plugin here.
Okay.
But actually, you can browse the plugin itself. This one, it's provided by Figma community. What I usually do is I sort it by the most installed. So if there are any new plugin here based on the installation, I can try it. Even I don't need it at first, but I can try it whether it's good or whether it can help my design process or not. So you can install it, you can uninstall it without broken your design file. So yeah, let's go to the actual screen here. This one you will have like a layer panel, and this one you will have like style. And once you build or once you focus on a element, you will see this one will change into the property panel. Like we already explained before, we are focusing a frame here. Basically, we are doing like a page here, page or a screen, and then we can put like a rectangle or any shape you like. So basically here, and you can see here that the right panel is changed into the property panel. So you can change the size here, you can change the color here, so and then. So this one also the basic tool, we put text here. I think that's the most basic design tool, but you can learn the other tool, the other feature, for example, like object alignment here. And if you are new to the Figma, you can get like this one. They provide like the tutorial video how to use a Figma, how to start designing here. You can find it here. And also, we also mentioned that we will learn about shortcut. Why it is important? It will save your time a lot. So when you are a new learner, I think it's better to get used to the shortcut. So yeah, maybe in the first time you will find it like kind of slowing you down, but actually it will make you faster in the future. So I think it's important to get used to the Figma shortcut itself. So you can access the shortcut information by clicking the help tool here. This one, you can show it keyboard shortcut. When you are using a Mac, you can customize your own shortcut. So Figma allows it. Figma allows us to create the custom shortcut here. So it doesn't always depends on the default shortcut. You can create by your own shortcut.
Okay, that sounds very promising. I can see all of the benefits. We have a strong community supporting development of plugins, interesting tools. Of course, I see we have these commons. If you have used design tools before, the properties panel and the layers panel, I guess that of course this must have its particular unique features to offer. And yeah, the shortcuts, I agree, they're important to speed up the process, even though at the beginning it can seem to slow us down because we're learning and typing. But yeah, in the long term, it brings a lot of benefits in terms of speed. Let's continue with the Figma course. And right now we're going to explore Yoki's design process by decomposing the problem brief and finding references. This is what we're going to explore in this chapter. But before getting there, we need to know what is it that we're going to be designing today. And for that, I'm going to ask my friend Yoki. Yoki, please enlighten us. What is it that we're going to be working on for this exercise?
Thank you, Luis. So here's my brief I got from the Design Practice Challenge from the Topcoder. So as you can see here, we have like a challenge requirement. We will make like user profile from the Topcoder. And the first thing I want to look is for the target device. Why? Because I usually focus on this one first before I read the whole requirement. Because I can imagine what it will look like in the actual device. So this is my trick. So I need to know what kind of device and what kind of size that I will make, and then I go to the challenge requirement. So I can imagine how I will put from the profile section and the skill and specialization section and the other things. So yeah, here I will jump into the target device first and then go to the challenge requirement.
Oh yeah, so it looks like the space or dimension that you have as a constraint for design becomes a priority when even before looking at the specifics of the design, right?
Yeah. So we have like target device here, and we seen the requirements that you can see here. It will need a name and profile picture, and about the user or the Topcoder member here, and also skill and specialization section, and the other things like something like quote, hobbies, and maybe and social media here, something like this one. Okay.
Yes. So it looks like a typical kind of this personal page for displaying the statistics and achievements and information about a user, and it has its particular features like giving you freedom for putting quotes, hobbies, and anything that you think would be useful. And this is interesting because it lets you use your creativity for helping with this problem. I like it.
Okay. And once we already know that our target device required, and then we move to the design direction. It will give information about the style, something like this, and do have to follow the current design, or we can do we can push more creativity here, as you can see here in this section. It mentioned about the design direction. As we can see, the creativity it's measured with 8, scale with 8. So we can push the creativity, but not too far away, because we need to all the current requirement will be put in here. So also what we will make is the almost the finished design. So as we can see, top-notch finished looking visual design. And for the exploration, we can add a new flow, or maybe add new section based on the requirement as well. And for the branding, this specification, this brief give us more freedom about the branding itself. So we don't have to properly follow the product branding. So as we can see, like a font, color, and style is open open to designers.
That is great to know. Yeah, it's very useful to have this brief in the form of a document that you have to follow to perform the exercise. And then what would be next?
So once all this thing is clear, we got freedom for the product brand.
Mhm.
So we don't have to follow product brand identity. So we can skip this one.
Okay, that's okay. I understand. So we need to understand and to know the target device first. That is your first focus to get an idea of the constraint for spacing, uh, the dimensions of the design. Then the requirements, which contains design direction and the product branding, and then what will come next, Jockey?
Yeah, I think it's time to finding design references.
Okay, so inspiration for design.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
So here we need like design samples. What we will gonna build is like a user profile. So also we will find like any design trends. We
Cool.
also looking for the design style inspiration such as typography, color, and maybe any graphic. Yeah. Okay. So here, this is the current user profile page from the Topcoder.
Okay.
We will refine this page. So I already have my screenshot. I will keep like several information here and add a new one. So as we can see here, we have like user name and also profile picture and also member specialties and also skill, member activity, or maybe a statistic here, as you can see.
Yeah.
And this is will be my base design, my base
Okay.
references, and I also search for the other references. You
Okay. So
can
you already
found,
have, yeah, you already have done some research.
yeah, you can find
Okay.
it in online portfolios such as Dribble, Behance, and maybe Pinterest. Yeah. Just
Yeah,
using
those
the
are great
keyword
ones.
user profile. Yeah. I will explain you one of them. What
Mm.
I like here is this one style and cleanness,
Mhm.
and also for this one, I will use this area. I will use like cover image and put
Mm.
something nice there. And yeah, I will keep like two column. So um, as current page also doing the same thing. I think it's fine to keep that way.
Yeah.
So as you can see here, that we have almost the same layout here. So we can use this one. And also I got reference for the social media link.
Yeah. So it's like while you're finding the references and design inspiration, you already have a slight picture of what you envision as a solution. Because I tell you this because it brings me this doubt that I have. Let's say I'm a new designer, and even if even if I'm experienced designer, I have to struggle with this perfectionism, and like I could find not just 3 like you did in there, but 15, 20 inspirations. So
Yeah.
how can I keep myself? I mean, keep it short, like just a few options, like you did.
That's a good point. I mean, adding too much design references just like sugar. When you add too much sugar, it will not good enough. So it will keep you focused on uh, what what the important thing to build. Don't get straight away. Just focus on if you want to like finding like a color inspiration. You can search it, or maybe you can find like layout inspiration, and you can only focus on the layout thing first.
Get it, get it. So yeah, we should get our priorities
Yes.
clear and get aligned with those. Yeah, that's a great piece of advice in there.
Yeah, you can combine any section you want, but only focus on the a small section first. For example, I love this like curve card here. It's look like more modern
Yeah.
and stylish, and also
Yeah.
clean. And this one, as you can see here, we have like a good layout here, so we can separate several sections, so they will not clutter.
Let's continue with the Figma course with my friend Yoki here. So far, we have understood the main steps of the process, the first two steps, which was understanding the brief. Now that we understood the brief, we need to design a user profile page. We found references for designing. And what's next, Yoki?
Yeah. Okay. Once we got the whole thing, what we can do is start sketching ideas using a pen and paper. We are focusing more about the layout and the section.
Okay.
So I have one here.
Okay. Yeah. I guess you already made it.
Hmm.
Okay. Wow, looks cool.
So,
how did you come up with this? How did you do it?
Yeah. As I mentioned before, that we are focusing on the design references, and we have like right now we have this one, the current the current user profile page. So we can take it that we should bring up to the new design. So also we already learned many things about design style, about the layout, and once I saw these design references, I got the idea.
Oh wow!
So yeah, actually I want to use this kind of cover image. I also keep like this section into the two columns here, so I can put the skill, and also I add the additional information about the badge or the achievement. But I also keep the current statistic information, and also I add this article, any news or maybe any related article that the user mentioned here. For example, about the interview or something.
Like news and yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. That's cool, and that looks quite neat. It seems that you went through your own creative ideation visualization process after understanding the brief and seeing the references. You came up with these ideas quickly, paper, pen, but but I wonder, Yoki, like if I'm even if I'm new or I'm intermediate designer, regardless of the level, there is the temptation of jumping right into designing. So why are we doing this? I mean, is it really necessary? Why are we doing this?
Yeah, but because this is the fastest process that we can it's about speed. We can draw maybe like egg sketch, or maybe or the more sketches. So we have like a concept, we have like idea, we can put it very fast here. We can doing the quick sketch. So why? Because we are focusing on the content first. We are focusing on the layout. We are not interrupted by or distracted by color or maybe the style. So we are more focusing about the functionality here first.
And now let's recap what we have done so far in the course. We have gone through the brief. We understood the requirements. We found references online with Yoki, finding designs that could possibly resemble what we envision as a final solution. Then Yoki went with his pen and paper and sketches some ideas to devise to come up with a final solution, at least on paper, of what he envisions to use as a final solution. And now we're here with the visual design portion of the course, and I will leave it up to Yoki to tell us what's coming next as designing styles.
Okay, thank you, Luis. So after I done my previous design process steps, what I'm going to do is defining the design style, because this what I usually do, especially if I'm working with a lot of screen. So I should define any design styles such as colors and typography, and maybe other layer effects such as shadow.
It is now time for the ultimate showdown, our 2022 Topcoder Open Algorithm Finals. We have the top competitive programs in the field competing live on some really hard problems, courtesy of our awesome problem writer, Misaf, and our algorithm coordinator, Kasan Aaron. Please enjoy this competition. Best of luck to all our finalists. Can't wait to see who comes out on top as our TCO22 algorithm champion, winning $10,000. Let's go.
Hello, I'm Benjamin Chi from the USA. My handle is BQI343 and I'll be participating in the algorithm competition.
Hi, I'm Andrew He, or Eknawal, and I'm going to be competing at the algorithms track for the United States.
Hi, my name is Vladislav Fitofan. My Topcoder handle is Kankoro. I will participate in algorithm track.
Hello, I'm Joe Takahashi from Japan. My handle is pronounced Kotatsugame in Japanese, but Kotatsugame is also okay. I'm going to participate in the algorithm track. Good luck and have fun.
I'm Ariefk, also known as Marangri from Japan. I'm going to participate in the algorithm track. See you at Boston.
Hello, my name is Piotr Mitricic. I'm representing Switzerland, and my handle is Piotr.
Hi, I'm Mateusz Radeski, known as Tommy. I'm from Poland, and I'm a finalist of algorithm math.
My name is Gennady Karatkiv, and I'm the TCO Finals in algorithm.
Hello everyone, my name is Pavel. I am 3 times TCO finalist and we will be commenting today's finals.
Hello everyone, my name is Jonathan. I'm also will be here to provide commentary and host the finals round today.
And my name is Igor, and we are off to start. Already 3 minutes elapsed, and all the participants once again opened the easy problem.
Yep, and again we are seeing that Andrew, just like the semi-final, he opened a bit late. I think it's part of his strategy to see how others are doing in the problem first, and then if there's a submission, he has basically 1 minute to submit in order for his score to be better. Because I think this time he opens the problem more than 1 minute after the start of the contest, so it's interesting.
Interesting score distribution today. We had not the usual 250, 500, 1000, but rather 300, 550, and 900, which probably means that easier problems are, like easy and medium problems are
Yep. Yeah, so might be the easy and medium problem are a bit trickier than usual, but the hard problem might be more reachable, more doable than usual 1000.
tourist is not typing yet, and it's already 5 minutes into the contest.
Oh,
So-
actually, the
contestants?
300 problem is a bit confusing, and it requires time to understand what's going on.
That's true.
Feels like for all the 3 tasks, the statement are none of them are short, and yeah, it takes some time for all of the tasks, like to read the statement for all of the tasks.
Yes, so I think we'll see the first submissions not so fast as yesterday.
Yep.
I think it will require like 10 or 15 minutes. But we see that Ben is already writing something. So maybe I'm wrong. On the other
This
side,
is,
I think that we will see more diversity of what's doing next. Because when you see 550 and 900, that it means that medium problem is tricky and have a lot of strange details mostly, while 900 means that it's reachable. You can do it probably, and maybe it's worth risking and trying hard without wasting time on medium. Oh, and we actually got first submission.
Oh, it's so fast. We have Stanfem, also known as Radus in other online judges. And it's very fast. It's 6 minutes into the contest.
Yes, and he's not just not just first time in the Topcoder Open Finals. It's his first time in Topcoder Open semifinals as well. So
right. Yep.
Yes, so 2019 is actually very fast. I just don't understand how it's like 4 minutes, or yes, it's actually 6 minutes. And now we have fixed issues with videos, and we'll check what he's doing soon. So as we see, he didn't open the 500 problem, so he's testing his 200, 300, 301.
I wonder, have you seen before someone submitting before tourist even started coding?
That's impressive. But is it correct then? Maybe he just
That's a question.
Understand something wrong. So we can see what he have done. He's testing his solution on some random tests probably. We can't see his actual solution. But
I guess we can see part of it, but yeah.
But it's not really helpful.
So it's not very long.
So it's really short, like 10 lines of code. I'm not sure it's good for this problem, but oh, he's actually using Web Arena.
Yeah, I was surprised as well.
That's funny. I think no one used it yesterday. Okay,
I agree.
so probably that's a good time to discuss the first problem. We'll have a whiteboard soon, and then Igor, can you please explain the problem statement?
Meanwhile, this is Andrew, and seems like he haven't started typing as well. Well, a bit, but not much.
He did not start typing much. He just wrote one loop.
Yeah.
Not a lot.
And there's no progress in the screen, so probably he's working on a paper right now.
He's thinking. So we can see he doesn't look like writing a lot, just thinking about something on paper. So now we have our whiteboard.
So in this problem, we have a permutation, basically. And we want to start this permutation. And we allowed only one operation to do the sorting. Namely, we can select some subset of indices. Say not subset, but sub segment. So indices from I to J, including I and not including J, and we reverse values at these indices. The question is...
We have Maroon submitting, and Piotr has compiled his solution in Arena, so probably he will submit soon. We have like breaking news insertion here, and we'll return to explaining problem statement soon.
Sure. So we can reverse this segment in one operation. And quite unusually for these problems, we don't need to actually find an optimal solution. But we need to find a solution that have at most 2 times the steps of the optimal solution. So if optimal solution have 0 steps, we can only have 0 steps. If optimal solution have 1 step, we can have up to 2 steps. And we have an additional requirement that solution shouldn't contain more than n-1 steps as well. So we have this to bounce on the number of steps. Due to these limits, this problem is actually quite interesting in that for challenges, you cannot use any challenge. You can use only challenges with n up to 9, while limits for the problem is n up to 50. And you can use challenges that would be system tests, but you kind of have to guess them.
Yeah, so the reason is that like the judge needs to figure out what's the optimal solution in order to verify whether the contestant solution is right or not. So, but this problem is probably NP hard. Like there's no polynomial solution to this problem, so that's why like in order to compute the optimal solution, the value of n needs to be small. Otherwise, it takes forever to compute what's the optimal solution.
Yes.
Well, maybe not forever, because judges, after all, have some solutions that they did on the system test, but it probably runs for a very long time, like several days or something.
Mm-hmm. So Piotr actually, we now can see Piotr who have compiled something in Arena. Do we see that he has some mismatch?
Oh, he submitted.
Samples? Yes.
Actually,
he submitted.
He submitted. Yeah.
And because like you don't have the single solution here, you can have it's not necessarily
a problem. And what we see he is doing, he's trying to check that he's good enough.
Yeah, he's writing some tests now, random test cases, and yeah, you can maybe even like generate all permutations with n less than 9. The challengeable test cases and check whether it's correct. Yeah, meanwhile, we can see that all the 3 contestants that have submitted 300 haven't opened 550. So all 3 of them are still testing the 300.
Yes. So basically, can we return to the solution of the problem? I think we have some connectivity issues with Yegor, so probably I can explain the solution. Oh. Well, basically the idea is quite common for such problems when you have something like too optimal. You need to find some invariant which cannot decrease too fast. Actually, if we have some numbers, we actually can split our permutation in blocks, where a block is part of correct permutation. For example, if we have some like 3, 4, 5, then it's a correct block because we need to have 3, 4, 5 inside our permutation. Or probably reversed correct block is fine too. Like 6, 5, we can't actually have them both, so like 7, 6 is a correct block too, because it's okay to have a reversed one. So the key fact is that we cannot decrease number of blocks by more than 2 on each step in any solution. So if we decrease number of blocks by 1 on each solution, on each step, then it's fine, because we can be 2 times worse. So the only thing we need is to decrease the number of blocks by 1 on each step, and this I think can be done just by merging 2 consecutive blocks or something like that. For example, if we have 3, 4, 5, we can find a block which have 6 at the end and merge them. I think we can always do something like that. Is it true?
You kind of break block when you do this.
Not
You
actually, because
need to like reverse block.
Only at the end. So I think we should be able to find 2 mergeable blocks at each time. Or there's something easier that I'm talking about. Not really sure, but probably. So the problem is we have them in correct order. So basically you need to figure out the details. I did not have a lot of time to think about them, but basically the solution should be following. Yeah, we can see some people thinking. So Katatsugame, it's hard to pronounce, I'll call him Rio then, and he is still thinking and did not wrote anything. And we can see, probably it's a good time now for just go through our participants and check. Oh, by the way, Mateusz opened 550. He didn't try to open hard one, as I think it would be possible for some people.
Yeah, well, I think 550 is probably still should be easier because it, after all, have less.
Not sure. It's often like 500 plus, which is bigger. They are often have very tall implementation or stuff like that. So
here we see Benjamin G also already write some solutions, and we are also seeing he is using Web Arena. I guess there's a like common pattern where the like newer members are using Web Arena because it's newer, but by no means they are less experienced. They are of course very expert on this field, but it's just they started Topcoder a bit later than the others, and yeah, it's like the pattern are those that are started later are using Web Arena.
So far, it just seems like people from the first semifinal use Web Arena and people from the second semifinal use
something like that. Like the people from the first semifinal are somehow.
See Gennady, who is not writing code, who is still not writing code and thinking about the problem. He actually knows only 250 still, so he's thinking on it. So juries succeeded in catching him.
Will we have this year? Will he strike end this year? We'll see.
So this is Riku Marun Kuri.
He's testing his solution. He already submitted it.
Interesting. What do you think about signed main instead of int main?
I don't like it, but there are some reasons, unfortunately, to do that.
Why?
That allows you to define int to something, to long, which can be like an easy hack, an easy fast hack in some case, which you need in some cases.
I see.
I try not to do stuff like that, but some people think it's okay. So we have Vladislav. Today he's not writing just in Arena, but he wrote some code in the other IDE and then switched to Arena back for debugging it. An interesting option. But
I
he
wouldn't say
seems
that far
to be-
is IDE, but yes.
Oh, it's okay. Another text editor.
It's the one
So
used by
he-
tourists as well, right?
Yes, that's not a bad option. It's very fast. Like if you don't need any smartness and just need coloring, that's a good option. Actually, I used it when I was using Windows, but then I switched to another platforms and another IDEs. That's not too bad. So Vladislav is working on 250 and probably will submit it soon. Oh, he just submitted it. Okay, so we can check what's next. So now we see Piotr. He is still testing his 300. I'm not sure how good is this option here, because 550 and 900 requires quite a lot of time, I think, and maybe it's a good point for risk, especially when you are not too fast on the 300.
But the question is, does anyone really expect to solve both by this point? I'm not so sure.
Well, maybe. So probably mostly in finals, it's quite hard to solve all three, because I think I remember several finals when only easy was solved. I think you won one of them.
Yes, only like 2 correct submissions on easy, and that's it basically. The third place was 50 points with successful challenge, and everyone else was 0 or less.
So I think the one was when I was second was Piotr has 2, I had 1, and the third place has 1 challenge. By the way, I think it was Vladislav.
Which year was it?
So it was 2015.
Okay.
So here we see Stunfam, Mateus, still reading the 550 problem. Haven't started coding, it seems like.
Well,
Which,
500 problem is hard to understand what's going on within it. Like, it requires me several readings of problem statement to understand what's happening.
Right, yeah. It's probably even more complicated than 250.
Yes, so I think we can wait for a couple more people starting working on it to discuss.
By the way, Vlad started working on it as well. So we have 2 people now.
I don't see it yet. Oh, okay. I see it now. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, the thing with the 300 problem, this kind of approximation problem on NP-hub problems is not, we don't usually see it quite a lot in programming contests, maybe partly because of the hardness to find the optimal solution. Like we don't see it in...
They are really hard for judges, because how can you make tests? You need to generate some specific tests when you can solve, and they may be too easy for general solution. So it's
so you might see like predictions might get wrong here, because like what the people that usually want algorithm rounds might not here because of the non-standard problem. So yeah, it's interesting to see what will happen. And yeah, we see that tourists haven't submitted. The last time we see is
even didn't started writing code.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like you haven't even coding.
Oh,
Andrew writes a lot of code.
He also added some window that shows which case he pressed. Interesting.
Whoa. That's a very okay. Very many Vim hotkey. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't think he had this yesterday, right? So this is something that he added today, like the
Yes,
T.
that's. I think he often use it on streams,
Mm-hmm.
but still, that's funny to see. That's funny to see. I can't actually understand what he's writing because it's too small for me.
I think something that looks like a solution, but not sure how far along he is.
Yes, but he's already has quite a bad time. So Mateusz actually will have around 100 points. So they're still within 2 challenges on easy problem, but that's a lot.
That's true.
And they soon will fall out of it. So Kennedy seems to not start anything yet.
And we have submissions from Benjamin here. On the easy, but he hadn't opened medium yet.
Well, as we see that not everyone opens it fast. Many of people trying to test some. So that's some threshold. You can sometimes take a more risk to have more time.
By the way, how I don't know, how do you feel in a situation like that when like 5 of 8 people already submitted solution and you still can't get it, can't come up with it? That should be very stressing.
Yes, but he is well in passing stress, I think. Well, actually, this means that he will probably try to go to 900, I think, after he finishes this one.
That's
because he
definitely an
definitely
option.
needs some more risk to compensate that time on first problem. We see Benjamin now. He is writing something. I'm not sure what exactly. Probably he's just still testing his easy problem.
Interesting. It seems like almost everyone today have a lot of asserts in their code, which is not like it is a thing that is used by contestant, but not like usually by all of them. And here we see almost everyone who uses asserts.
Oh, that's a key of success. When you receive what's wrong in your code, not just wrong answer.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a good time to go to 500 now. What do you think? So we'll wait for more people.
It's strange how Peter still testing.
Maybe he found some problems. Well, actually, he's running some kind of stress test and passing a lot of tests now. So probably he will soon go to the next one. Or maybe resubmit and go to the next one if something was wrong.
It seems
it seems that he is resubmitting.
Yep, he is resubmitting.
Oh. So Piotr found something bad in his solution.
I wonder if people that already opened the second problem now had some strange feeling of like, oh, Peter is submitted, maybe I have the same bug.
Especially with Mateusz, who submitted very fast. So the challenge phase seems to be should be interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, if it is changeable by small test only, because in the easy you can only really challenge on the small tests.
Well, probably I think if you have wrong solution, it should be challengeable on small tests.
But what if you have time limit
issues? Then different stuff is possible. We don't know what Piotr has found. He's still writing a lot.
Yeah, still hadn't opened medium one.
Well, I think he will do it almost right
now.
Oh,
yes, he goes for it.
He is doing that. And I think that's a good point to discuss the problem.
Sure.
Okay. Yegor?
So, okay, sure. So in this problem, we have some scheme which is which uses some logical gates, namely it uses an OR gate and AND gate. The scheme itself have n inputs numbered from 0 to n-1. Then it has G gates, which has inputs, has some inputs, and then the outputs are named from n to n plus G minus 1 in order. And you can use only smaller values in the gate, obviously. And the ultimate output of the scheme is this value. So each gate have 2 inputs and 1 output. So what we need to do? We are supplied with unlimited supply of both OR and AND gates, but we know that up to k of those gates are actually broken. Those gates, instead of being OR or AND, they are given 2 inputs. They either output first input or they output second input. This is broken gates. And there is no way to distinguish by looking at the gate, is it broken or something or not. And we want to create a bigger network that would provide the same output no matter which k gates in the network is broken. And for k up to 7, if I remember correctly, let me check.
Up to 6.
K up to 6. If k is up to 6, we can use up to 33 time gates in our solution. And sorry, wait, this looks like 16. And for k up to 15, we can use up to 93 time gates. So the first thing you notice is that what you really need to do is emulate one gate. Because if you can emulate one gate, you obviously can then do the whole scheme by just using the same pattern for all gates. And because just having one gate is a valid input, what you need to do is to emulate one gate in 33 gates if you allow it up to 6 broken gates, and in up to 93 gates if you allow it up to 15 broken gates. And I guess there is a construction, so some kind of construction. For example, if we allowed only one broken gate, then we can emulate everything in 3 gates by just having. Yes, sure. Let's.
So let's
go on.
clean
Go on.
up. So basically, we can have an three AND gates changed like this. So we have input, our one input here with AND gate. The other input with the other AND gate. So sorry, I'm not good at writing circles. With the same inputs. And then join them all with another AND gate. So after that, if any of these three gates are broken, if we have at least 1 0, this would go through another pass and fail. For example, if the finishing gate is broken, then we have zeros on both gates in the first layer, and then it's okay the last one to be broken. If one of these two are broken, then the other one would have 0, and the third one is correct and would have 0 too. So, and I think this can be proceed to the next one. For example, we can convert it to 3 broken gates with merging 3 such schemes. So and so on. We can solve k equal to 3 with 9 gates, k equal to 7 with 27 gates, and k equal to 15 with 27 multiplied by 3, it's 81 gates, which is okay. So basically construction looks like the same, but there are a lot of details. Also, you need to come up with solution with OR, which should be mostly the same, but
I think actually OR, at least for k actual equals to 1, OR is just the same. We just change 3 ORs in the same way.
Oh, probably. I'm not sure. Do we have NOT gate or something like that?
No, we don't. We only have OR and AND. And basically, we just, if you do OR, if, like, one again, if one of them is ones, if all of them is zeros, then no matter what result would be 0, and that's okay. And if one of them is 1, then at least 1 in the first layer would be 1, and if second layer is broken, both of the first layer would be 1. And so we have once again the corrector in the last gate.
Yeah, that should be okay. So basically, there is some such construction, but you need to understand what's going on because it's untrivial and just some constructive problem. I think Piotr is quite good in such problems. We'll see it.
Yep.
Oh, so also we see that Ben is opened. It's like a couple of seconds ago.
Yeah, so Benji also resubmitted 300. So we have 2 people resubmitted 300.
I think Mateusz can be nervous at this point. So probably Vladislav's tactics is just to have a more risk. As I see, he just opened 500 as soon as he submitted the first one. So he's probably trying to have more risk, which is a valid tactics. And no one decided to go to 900, which is interesting. I think especially having a bad time of 300, I would try to go to 900 in this scoring.
But yeah, we don't know like how many of the 300 are passing, especially like 2 of them resubmitted. Yes. The other 3 might be incorrect. So yeah, even if you are slow, if the other contestants are failing, you might not be so bad because like still slow is better than
actually that depends on your target and makes a big difference with semifinal. In semifinal you need to pass to top 4, while here you are targeting the first place, which is totally different.
That's true.
Like probably not everyone would fail, even if someone would.
As we can see on our screen, Tourist is finally coding some kind of solution.
Yes. And 2 resubmissions make a difference for him. So it's interesting what he will do after he finishes it. Okay, he finished, submitted, and what? Tested, waste even more time on the easy problem, or just go to 900, or go to 500, or go to or open both, read both, and check whatever you want, because you obviously don't do all, so why not to check both?
He already would be behind Peter, but at the moment he's still ahead of Benjamin if he submits like now, and for some time yet.
There's something interesting in the chat that like Peña mentioned about Stonefang's marathon participation. Like this year Stonefang's actually qualified to the marathons on sites as well. Well, on site in quote. So like the 300 problem is an optimization problem, so like have some similarity with marathon, but probably it's not that similar in the sense that marathon run you usually just write solutions that probably give good results, but you can't really prove
So
that it's
Andrew just submitted, I think.
less than some boundaries. Oh yeah, Andrew just
Yeah.
submitted. Yep. And yeah, his score is better than Benji.
Better than Benji, but just behind Peter.
Right. Sorry, I was about to say, like in this problem, the 300, you're even though you're trying to write a solution that is as optimal as possible, you still have to be able to, like, it must still be less than 2 times optimal, right? It's not just that you try to just optimize your solutions, but your solution must also be able to produce solution less than twice optimal for all
I
inputs.
think such kind of problems can be, you can know them if you're doing a lot of computer science studies in your university.
Yep.
So, for example, there is a big theory of these approximate solutions, and maybe he just working on that in his university. I'm not sure what he's doing. So maybe that's the story.
Interesting thing that I think we overlooked is that the fact that Maroon submitted his easy half an hour ago and still hadn't opened any other problem. So there's probably some problems with an easy of Maroon.
Yes.
Right. That's a good point. Yeah, I didn't notice that.
And
and Tourist submitted.
Actually submitted.
Yep.
Behind Andrew, ahead of Benjamin, as we expected. And tourists have gone through to the medium right away.
Okay, so well, he actually
one
spent
yet.
enough time to be sure in his solution, but he did not try the last one. I'm surprised. I would expect in his case it's better to go to the last one.
And Andrew have gone to the last one, so we finally have someone who diverged tactics.
So maybe we can check what Maroon is doing, or we just, so is he trying to debug his solution, or what? At least he's doing some changes and testing, so probably something is wrong. He has some assertion failed. So probably we'll see one more resubmission. So again, among very fast solutions, only Mateusz don't resubmit.
By the way, Mateusz compiled his medium, which may mean that we have a minion submission.
So can we see it? What he's doing? So probably he'll submit it soon. Well, medium is not so hard to implement when you come up with this construction, but it's hard to check if your solution is correct, I think. Like you get some output, and what's up with it?
I mean, if sample tests are good, you can at least check that it's correct on the sample test.
Well,
right?
Let me check.
Yeah, this is the kind of problem where it's very hard to create a test case yourself, right? Like in order to check whether your solution is correct, you have to check for all possible k subset of the gates to be broken. It's very hard to check on custom input.
Well,
But yeah,
there is 2 trivial tests, sample tests, and 1 untrivial one with some scheme. I have no idea what is happening in it. Bunch. So probably they check at least something, but I'm not sure if they check a lot.
Yeah, I guess checker here would have to be a dynamic programming problem that is interesting by itself.
Right.
Well, for small amount of inputs, it's not very interesting.
Yeah, this problem, the constraints are
Well,
small.
actually, it's hard. I have no idea how to do it fast enough.
Yeah, it's actually up to 1,000 gates in the biggest scheme, like
By the
almost
way,
so.
how juris checker can work then?
Oh, right. The output, yeah, the number of gates and output might be large. I missed that. Yeah.
I
No,
mean,
but the number
for
of inputs is
given
small.
input. Sorry, for given input, you just do dynamic programming, which works in in linear time, I think.
But they
Linear
are
by
intersecting.
JK
You
time,
can't say,
basically.
You can't just say that, okay, in this subtree there is such an amount of errors.
And
because
it's neat, so
the
you can
subtrees are
try.
intersecting. Okay, that's an interesting part of the problem. I have no idea how it's working. So now we see Rio. He's writing a lot of code. Probably he's writing checker now for his solution to be sure that everything is okay. And he's the last one who did not submit first problem. We'll see how soon he will do that.
But yeah, fortunately, like in the arena, when you do batch tests or even like test each of the sample case, the arena tells you whether you solve that sample case. So like, especially for 550, yeah, you probably have a solution that is different than the judge solution provided in the
Yeah.
sample output there. So it's very helpful to be told whether your solution
Yes,
also
but
produces the correct
it's
answer.
still hard to understand what's wrong with your solution.
That's true. Yeah, if you don't solve it, then yeah, then you have to draw your output, and yeah, it's very hard to debug. Yeah.
As we see, Rio have some asserts failed, so.
So probably he's not submitting right now, but he's working on it and probably will fix it at some point. At least he has some solution. So Andrew is opened 900 and he's already writing some code. So maybe that's a good tactics, actually.
I wonder what his best theorem is.
We can check it.
Sure.
Theorem. Something from SPI increased here, I think, so that looks correct.
Yep. Looks correct.
Theorem. Yeah, that's a theorem about number of Eulerian circuits in directed graph, which actually useful in this problem.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, because the problem.
So probably Andrew has a solution to 900, and it's not too hard to implement it. It would require some time, but I think he will be able to submit in like 10 minutes. And then people who are working on 500 will need to decide if continue working on it, especially if you don't have a solution, or moving to the 900 and trying to repeat Andrew's story if he will submit fast. So I think we'll see it in like 10 minutes, or maybe 15.
I would say 5. I mean, it doesn't seem like a very.
Well, you still need to construct all, so maybe we need to discuss the problem statement first. Otherwise, it's strange to discuss problem without discussing problem statement. So can we switch to whiteboard, please? And Jonathan, you said that you dig into details and maybe can explain the problem statement.
I can explain. Yep. let's go to the whiteboard. Yep. Okay. Yeah. So this problem is there is a R times C board where R times C board where the board is like a classic 15 puzzle game where there's like several tiles and there are several empty space. But the difference here is that in 15 puzzle game there are 15 tiles and one empty space, where in this problem there can be many empty spaces. So let's say this is empty and there are several cells that are just blocked, like you cannot move this cell, and the rest have tiles, right? So let's say this is the tiles and this is the empty cell and this is block. You cannot move this, okay? And in one move you can move one of the tile to an empty cell, like that is sharing a side. So for example, in one move you can move 2 here and becomes this is 2, this is empty, or like 3 here or 5 here and so on, right? Or this and so on, right? So the problem here, the question here is that you want to sorry, you want to make several moves such that you visit all possible states, and for each possible state, and from each possible state you also try each possible move. So for example, this is actually the sample case 1, 0 and then empty spaces. Here there's only sorry, the question is actually how many a sequence of moves that satisfies that. So you want the sequence of moves to have a minimum number of moves, and then the question is how many different sequence of moves are there that has minimum number of moves. So for example, in this sample input, the answer is 1, and the minimum moves is you move 0 here, and then you move 0 here, and then you move 0 here, and then do it backwards. So because by shifting 0 to the right 3 times, you already visited all of the states. But for example, in this state, you haven't tried this move, right? So yeah, so the question asks you to when you've done with the sequence of moves, you have to visit all the states, and from all the states you also have to try all possible moves, right? So that's the question here. And this problem also have small inputs like 500, and the constraint actually has like RC to the power of n is bounded by 1300, and each of the constraint is less than 8. N is the number of tiles in the board. So yeah, this constraint is basically saying like how many possible states are there. RC to the power of n is basically like for each of the tile there is R times C possible position where the tile can be. So basically it says that there are at most 1300 possible states. So we can actually construct the graph for each possible state where the node is each possible state, and then the edge is a move. The directed edge is a move, right? And then basically the problem becomes we want to find an Eulerian path that visits all the edges.
I think Euler actually a cycle, not a path.
Right.
But
Euler,
still.
yeah. But
Okay.
basically, yeah,
number of passes with even.
Yeah, and then the question is we want to count number of paths. So it's there's a known theorem for this, and I think Andrew is on the right track with the best theorem and this variance of Kirchhoff matrix Kirchhoff theorem. So yeah, that's the problem.
Isn't every Eulerian path on this graph is also Eulerian cycle?
I'm not sure. So by the way, Torres did exactly what I talk about. He spent some time of 500, and when he didn't come up with solution instantly, he decided to check what is 900 problem, to choose between them, because he obviously will not be able to solve both.
The funny thing is that I think he actually can.
As we see that Mateusz did not succeed it well in 550. At least it took a lot of time from here. for now. Others are working. So I think we now should check what our participants are doing. So who already start writing solutions on 500.
So this is Mateus.
Matthew, he's writing something.
Yeah, seems to still coding 550. So he doesn't seem to be concerned with all the resubmissions in 300, and he doesn't seem to go back to check his 300.
That seems like he's doing your solution with like
yes,
pyramids that
that.
Yeah, I think he would be there
copy paste
soon.
A lot. So yeah, probably we'll see the submission soon because he's on the right track. But still, it would require some time, I think, especially if he had some copy-paste bag somewhere, it could be hard to come up with what's exactly going on. So we see Vladislav now, he doesn't seem to be doing anything, so he's just thinking on the second problem and trying to come up with some construct.
I wonder if he's still drawing in his notepad.
We can see it, yes.
He is.
So he's trying to come up with some solution. And so now we can see. Well, that's kind of problems which requires much more paperwork than coding. So Piotr is thinking on the second problem too. He doesn't seem to start coding actually. By the way, Marung still didn't open any of hard problems and did not resubmit his first yet. That's very interesting.
Concerning sign, to be honest.
Oh, probably he has some problems with. Probably he found some problems with his solution and trying to fix it, but failing in it.
Yeah, he just recompiled and batch testing his 300 in the arena. And he resubmitted. Okay, so.
Oh, actually resubmitted. So hope he will start. I think he will start 900 at this point because 500 doesn't help him at all. Well, actually, no one succeeded in it now, but so very fast 500 will be helpful for him. But I think he will try 900. Japanese participants tend to go to hard problems.
Yes, fast. He had gone to hard.
Yep, he opened hard problem. Yep. Yeah, in the first semifinal, lyrically actually opened the hard problem first, like the first problem that he opened. But yeah, it turns out it didn't pay off for him. But yeah, the Japanese people, I think RNG when he won the TCO algorithm, like he did the strategy. So
submitted the second problem. So it took him quite a long of time. I'm not sure when exactly he opened, but now it took 52 minutes since solving the first one. And actually he has more score on the small one than on the 300 than on 550. So especially if his first solution is quite spurious now.
Okay.
And Piotr decided to give up with 500 and at least read the 900.
Yeah, I guess he probably realized that even if he submitted 550 now, he won't beat Stonefang like Piotr. So that's why he opened 900.
And they have 25 minutes for it, which does not seem to be impossible. Like, if you come up with all this Euler 2 stuff fast, which is not very hard, then you probably need sometimes to read Wikipedia and understand what exactly do you need. with this matrix theorem, with Best theorem and others. It would require some time. I'm quite sure that no one remembers it fully. But still, this seems to be doable in 25 minutes for me. So we are seeing Marunk now. He's reading the 900 problem. And Tourist is reading Wikipedia with Kirchhoff theorem for direct multigraphs. That's exactly what's needed.
And Best theorem as well on the other tab. Yep.
So Tourist is on the right track, and the question is, will be fast enough to solve this?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen submission from Andrew yet, but
Yep, he's doing complexity counts right now. I think he's doing check whether the complexity will run, the algorithm will run fast enough on the maximum case.
Oh, probably. Andrew wrote quite a lot of code now. It's only one screen, but it's Andrew's screen.
Yeah, by the way, he also have Kirchhoff theorem besides Best theorem in the browser on the right.
Oh yeah, that's a correct keyword you need to solve this problem.
I wonder when we will return to on-site competitions. Will we be able to use internet that we kinda get used to?
Well, I hope we will return at some point. And well, that's two different competitions. I don't think one of them is worse or better than another. Just two different. Both are okay.
Tourist is not very joyous at the moment, but
well,
he still can win.
I think he's on quite a big pressure. He needs to solve, at least he needs to decide what to do and do it fast enough.
He started to type, so maybe.
Yeah, he had the correct reference already, so not sure what he's thinking about now. Probably just like how to implement it better, how to best implement it. Okay, yeah, started coding now for 900.
Yes, that will not be too fast. That's a problem which require to be careful. We see Peter reading some mass stack exchange. He probably will come up with this Wikipedia.
It's the same question, like Googled number of Euler cycles. Yep.
But he seems to be a bit further than others in researching the topic.
Yeah.
So, well, actually, Peter seems to be a professional Googler. He should know well how to Google stuff.
Yep,
and
he's on the same
he come up
article.
the same Wikipedia article. I'm not sure. Is Wikipedia tracking like some strange activity on some articles or something?
Should we edit the page just to troll these contestants? Like remove -1 somewhere?
Not really. That's definitely some destructive actions.
Yeah, vandalism. Wikipedia vandalism.
Maroon, okay, we already discussed that Maroon opened hard problem. Yeah.
And Mateusz opened the hard problem, and since he didn't like it, no, he's working on it. I by some reason thought that he's working on 500 still, but actually he is not. it seems that it took hard for him to understand what's going on. And they have only 20 minutes now.
Probably not enough for Hart. I mean, if you just started.
Well, if you occasionally just know all theorems names and can just find for formulas or even know formulas from your memory, that could be faster.
I mean, it seems that it's about like 2 minutes of Googling to get all the new needed theorems, so I'm
Not sure. But if you're familiar with them, it would be faster to read, actually, and understand what's going on.
Sure. It seems like a lot of lines of code for easy.
Well, probably he has some too complex solution and would not be real success, but that can lead to some deep understanding of problem, which can lead to good challenges. Actually, there is not much to challenge except 300.
What do you think about the way he has his code over problem statement?
Well, I'm quite used with transparent stuff to do something that can be convenient, but it requires some habit to not be distracted on stuff on the background.
I still prefer my free monitors.
Well, that's depends on habits you have. So,
Yeah, I guess
what we see now? We have 18 minutes until the contest end, and a lot of people working on 900 because 550 becomes too tricky, and Mateusz had too good time on both problems in total that you probably need 900 to overcome him. So Vladislav is trying to solve 500, which can be a good chance for him for getting second place if no one will succeed it in 900, or even first if Mateusz first one is bad.
Yeah, it's not inconsequential that while Mateusz score on the medium is worse than his easy, it's still better than everyone else easy. So even if his easy fails, if the contest like ends now, he's still in the first place.
So here, Kankuro is... what is he coding here? Like
He's writing some code on 500. I'm not sure what exactly he's writing. It looks like a checker for the problem. I'm not sure.
Ah, right. Maybe. Because yeah, he's writing a code from scratch, like not using the correct class and method name and so on.
Yes, this looks like a checker for the problem.
Right. Possibly.
So probably he came up with some solution, and probably he will able to implement it and submit in 15 minutes he have. And if everyone else is working on the third one,
How many closing bracers is that?
Well,
10.
Actually,
10.
I think 9.
Okay, Turis meanwhile has coded some solution now.
Yeah, and he seems to like already on the
he has some
Kirchhoff-Cherem
Parisian
part.
codes for computing determinants, which is probably would be helpful here. Well, actually, I think, as I remember these theorems, it's quite tricky to come up with sign in it. So you need to be very careful with.
I think that's about it.
No, well, I think you sometimes need to have minus the result, and it's easy when you have just real numbers because you can see that if your result is negative, hey, just get ups. But with modular, that can be tricky.
Actually, Boris Minaev did a cool thing for Rust, and I think it can be done in C++ as well, where you have like not only the usual like output for modulo number, which just outputs it like as usual, but also for like for numbers up to 100, if it's either this number minus this number or one of such numbers divided by other such numbers, it would output Z instead.
Yes, that's quite easy to do, but it's not helpful because the answer is big. It's not 100 divided by 100. Actually.
Andrew is compiling 900 and do some batch testing in the arena, so it might be close, considering he's coding outside the arena as well. So when he's compiling in the arena, he's probably have already solved the problem locally.
And we see that Touristus fails on some tests, but at least he finished coding.
Yes, but coming up with these plus minus ones or multiplying by -1 can be tricky. And actually, the worse it can be tricky to test because as I remember, it depends on number of vertices, parity, and stuff like that. So probably you can have this -1 lost in some cases, which are not covered by samples.
I guess you need to like just have Kirchhoff theorem on hand. Why not?
Well, maybe, but if you have.
Okay, he's running some batch testing and he's submitting. Okay,
Yes,
he's
so
submitting.
He is submitted, and well, to be honest, he's not too far above Mateusz. Actually, he is above with only 900. So if Andrew's 300 fails, he's still on the top.
Yep.
But
to be honest, it's
like around 5 points.
Yeah, but at the moment, it's more likely that Mateusz easy would fail than that Andrew's easy would fail. Probably, I'm not sure. But based on the time of submission.
Oh.
Yeah, like Mateusz submitted 300 very fast, and he didn't bother going back to it.
So, and how much time tourists now have to overcome Andrew? Like he have around. So he needs to receive at least 570, I think.
Still quite some time, I think.
Oh, it's not too much. I think it's less than the contest leads now.
So
we finally
I think we have around 5 minutes. Oh, so and at the last we have all participants submitted easy problem.
We have only 12 minutes remaining. It should intensify now. But yeah, we'll need to the tourists like have a deadline now. I wonder if he will fix his probable problems with
he just
Kirchhoff.
need to submit as soon as he passes samples and then test. So this deadline doesn't change much. Okay, Piotr is calculating something. Not sure what does this mean, but actually he doesn't seem to be writing code, so probably he has too small amount of time right now. So maybe he needs to actually return to the second one, and it seems that he did exactly this. So he started to writing the solution for the medium, not for the large one.
Yeah, the numbers that he googled just now seems to be numbers for medium. And yeah, it's weird that
I have no idea. There is something of size 8 in the big one too, so no idea what he's doing.
Okay. Yeah, but like he got the correct article for the 900, so he managed to reduce the problem to the correct one. But he decided
it's too hard.
He decided.
And tourists actually submitted.
Okay.
Interesting, because I thought, given he knows the Ecknerwall score on 900, he would like took some time to test his 900 to be
Well,
sure and still be ahead.
actually, can be good to be within one challenge.
Yes, but
So
it's more than
Andrew's
one
five
challenge.
is challenging, and so but he will soon fail into within one challenge. Like he have not too much time before he would be within one challenge from Andrew, and maybe he decided to avoid this. So
No, he has.
he's actually testing. It seems that he entered some invalid test or something. Oh. Probably he would be testing for the rest of the time and trying to understand what's going on. So challenge phase seems to be interesting now because both 900s can have some details, I think, which was lost. I think there was some special cases in these theorems, like when something is equal to 1 or something. So I think there is stuff to challenge, and if both Andrew and Gennady understand the details, they can try to find some lost details from other one.
I wonder if he, like, okay, you've got this number, what's next?
Well, probably he's just testing time.
And we have another submission for 900 from Maroon.
Oh, that's fast.
And he's above Andrew and just a couple of points below Tourist.
7 points below Tourist, yes. That I was unexpected. We kinda stopped to follow Maroon.
And yeah, these people that resubmitted 300 maybe have better chance in challenging. Like we know Maroon resubmitted, we know Benji resubmitted, and Eknerwal as well. I kind of lost track who resubmitted at this point, but I think there are 3 people that resubmitted.
So actually 900 becomes to be easier than 550 in some sense.
No, it's only Maroon and Benji. Andrew just has naturally came to this time. Oh, and Peter, right? Peter.
Yes. So I think the question is if Peter will manage to write 550 fast enough now, and what will happen on challenge phase. Oh, also we see that Benjamin compiled his 500 solution. Maybe we can see what he's doing soon.
The plot thickens, I would say.
So he's testing something. I'm not sure if his solution is correct, actually. No, he has some fail, I think.
This is 550, and it's very hard to debug your construction if it's wrong. So yeah, might not be so easy to debug, even though you have already close to correct solution.
We'll see. Probably it's, in this point it's easier. It's most easy to just read. To just read your code and try to find something. So, what's going now? Like if Benjamin succeed to fix his code, he would become 5th, I think. Well, actually, both Benjamin and Piotr will not be in the top, even if solve 550. But if something fail, that it could change. So it's still worth to do that.
I mean, I don't think there is any submission in this contest at the moment that I'm absolutely sure will pass. So
yes, so everything would fail.
So here we
So
see
what's
Stun
Mateo
Fiang. He's
doing?
working on 900.
I'm not sure. Maybe it's just testing of something. I have no idea what's it. It doesn't look like a solution of. Well, at least he has some graph, but no idea what exactly he is doing. Actually, he's returning. He gets a warning that he has some bug in code, but ignores it. Maybe that's the reason why he getting runtime error. You shouldn't ignore compiler warnings in C++.
It's 4
well, I
minutes
would
left.
say in any reasonable language.
Yes.
Yeah, seems like having problem with runtime error.
So it seems that Kankuro was opening 900 problems, so he gave up with 550 and tried to just get known with the last problem to be able to challenge. That's a bit strange because he can do it during intermission, but why not? Actually, 3 minutes should not be enough to solve this.
I mean, if you hadn't started coding for 500, 3 minutes wouldn't be enough there as well. So why
Yes.
not?
Probably. Also, Piotr gets his 550 compiled and have 2.5 minutes now. So probably can check what he is doing. So he has some code written. It passes some local test. Not sure if it's meaningful. He has some kind of array with random numbers and replacing one random numbers with other random numbers. I'm not
Magic
sure
numbers.
if it's passed to success. So he's batch testing now?
Yes, I guess that's the reason. It kind of passes, I think. What?
But he decided that like previous magic numbers was better. He's not happy with something in his code. So probably, maybe he does not have a solution he's sure in and just trying to squeeze something.
But yeah, probably nearing the end of the contest, he will submit some solution anyway, right? Because it might be passing.
Well,
Like
actually, it's not. It's a question when we have challenges, because if you submit something, then someone could challenge it and overcome you.
Right, but I mean, at this point, I don't think 500. Like, it's very hard to come up with a challenge in 550. Like, generating a case is pretty hard, and
So he is happy with batch testing now and testing something else. And he's submitting.
Yep.
And it doesn't change his place, I think. Oh no, it's changed.
No, he overcame Kankuro.
Yes. But he's a lot of challenges beyond everyone else, but we don't know what will pass because now really everything could fail. So I would not be surprised if with anything.
Benji submitted, resubmitted
It would be
300.
kind of
Who resubmitted what? Oh, Bank resubmitted his 300 again. I think he already resubmitted it, didn't he?
Yep, I believe so as well. Let me just check quickly.
Yes, he actually have two resubmissions now. Wow.
Okay, and that's the end of the coding phase.
Yes. So what's happening now? Now we have 5 minutes intermission where participants can just have some rest and prepare to challenge phase. After that, participants will try to find bugs in each other's code. I think because of a lot of resubmissions of 300, that would be the most of them would concentrate on it.
Yep.
And I think we will see a lot of challenges now.
I believe everybody, like especially those
United
who
still
submitted,
concentrated.
Yep. Like we'll probably open Stonefang solution first, right? Right. That's a
Yes, I think
5-minute submission.
almost everyone will.
Yep.
I'm not sure that you should do that because everyone will concentrate on it. So maybe it's better to choose something else. So mind games are coming here.
Right.
Well, chat is asking us for predictions. To be honest, I would not predict anything because I think literally anything could happen. For example, Marung has one challenge enough, and if he would be fast enough in this, if he is quite sure in his 300 because he spent a lot of time on it.
Also, Maron, not only one challenge is enough for him, he can make a successful challenge before that.
Yes, and tourist can make unsuccessful challenge for him too.
Right.
So he needs to be very careful now.
So yeah, just check. Like Maroon resubmitted once, Piotr resubmitted once, Benji resubmitted twice. So yeah, those are probably the people who have.
Vladislav is continuing to write something. I'm not sure what he's writing and why. He's generating some tricky tests, maybe. I'm not sure what's the idea. Yes, he's definitely generating some bad tests. Is this bad for his solution? He knows that his solution is failing.
Do you think like Mateus probably have read 300 before? That explains why he's so fast and he didn't resubmit. Like, do you think this kind of problem might have appeared before, or similar? Maybe
that could happen. That could happen. Well, hope he will say this after the contest. I have no idea what Vladislav is trying to do, but he's trying to figure out to come up with some tricky tests for 300. Not sure what's the exact idea. So we have 2 minutes before the challenge phase starting.
People are still coding, not the usual state of things.
Well, I think it's quite common to try to figure out to come up with some tricky tests, and it often requires some code to brute force tests to find something. That's fine.
Okay, I have at least one prediction. I think.
Did we just lost Igor as soon as he's about to say his prediction?
Someone find, I think, Maroon find the god. Interesting.
I think there are some interesting tests in beyond of a lot of participants. So we have 30 seconds to start.
Okay, this will be exciting. Yeah, Maroon is probably the first one we're going to take a look here, especially because his challenges are very important to get him to the first place, and he resubmitted 300, so he probably have some tricky test cases. Let's see what he's going to do and which solution is he going to open first.
Well, I think Mateusz would be the target for most of people.
Sure. Yep.
and he definitely has already his mouse on it. So
okay,
yes,
it's
I
starting.
think. But Maroon opened Piotr.
Yep, Maroon opens Piotr.
Right? He's happy with it. Well,
and now he's opening Mateusz.
Mateusz
he's challenging.
Try to challenge it.
He's
not
challenging.
happy with the solution. No, he decided
this
to have
could
another
be
one.
very interesting.
Well, Maroon don't.
He's trying to understand how to enter the test or what?
Yep.
And
he managed to challenge Stunfang. Okay, so he chose the first. Okay. After taking some time
That's
to
an interesting
figure out.
start. And now tourists need to challenge something.
Right. Yeah, he even took some time to understand how the arena works for challenges, but even with that, a bit of time loss, he still managed to be first to challenge the solution.
And someone tried to challenge, and he tried to challenge Vladislav after that, and was not successful with it. So he has no right to one more error. So,
so he needs to be more careful now. Yep.
We'll stop at this point, and we can see what Tourist is doing. Tourist is writing code.
He's copying someone's solution.
So he decided just to rewrite some solution and stress test it. Isn't it actually Mateusz's solution?
I don't know whose solution is this.
No, probably he will notice that it will be changed.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which one he's looking at. I'll try to figure it out.
Benji unsuccessfully challenged Maroon's 300.
He's looking at Vladislav's solution. Where helped. And so, and we know that Maroon didn't like something in it. So maybe Gennady just decided to understand to trust Maroon and just stress test to find the good test. So I think mostly people are writing 300 problems, but Benjamin is checking 550.
Meanwhile, what's Andrew doing here? Like, he's not seeing others' code. Okay, now he's seeing others' code.
He's seeing something. I'm not really able to see what he's seeing.
Yep.
I think he's checking Benjamin's 300 now and going to Tourist 900 after that. So 3 minutes are passed, 3, 6, 7 more to go. And so who is most interested in challenges right now? So first of all, it's of course Tourist. Like Maroon can try to do that, but it's probably too risky for him.
Yep.
And we're seeing what Piotr is doing. He decided to check 900.
Tourist challenged Conquerors.
Oh, it's a comeback
solution.
Now he's at the top again. Okay.
Stress test
so
helped.
the retyping pays off. Yeah.
That's one of the strategies. It took quite a long time to do, but still a valid option.
Yeah, there was a question in the chat. Sorry. Yeah, there's a question in the chat whether you can copy paste others' code. Yeah, the answer is you cannot. Like when you open someone else's code, I think Topcoder renders it as an image, so you cannot just copy paste it. So yeah, you of course have a choice to retype it, but yeah, that will take some time depending on your typing speed. But yeah, you can choose to do that. But yeah, you cannot just copy paste. Like the arena does not allow that. So, yeah, that's the answer. Sorry, go ahead, Pavel.
Yeah. I was trying to say exactly the same.
Okay.
So he's checking. I think Tourist has some problems with rendering, but now it's fixed. He is reading. I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah. Basically, we just saw that the two fastest solution on 300 got challenged. So this is the problem where you need to take your time to test and consider all the various cases. Like slow and steady wins the race. In the 300.
Actually decided he liked it and just want to retype one more solution which he didn't like. I'm not sure which one is it. I think it's Peter's 300. So he decided just to retype and test. It's quite a long one.
So he has one more chance for failed challenge. I mean, like even if he have one more failed challenge, he's still first for tourists. So yeah, maybe it's worth to do this to try to challenge one more to extend the lead.
Requires. But he decided he checks kind of fast, safe way to do that. Also, Ben tried to challenge Peter's 550 and it was not successful. So, and Bank challenged, but Bank tried to challenge Mateusz 550 and it's not successful too. So probably he has some misunderstanding in this problem or what? Anyway, he have only one more try to unsuccessfully challenge someone. Then he gets into negative score and will not be allowed to challenge anymore. So probably Maroon is trying to do something. What he's looking at right now, I'm not exactly sure. He's just writing some code. Oh,
yeah,
he decided.
Also retyping.
So actually, both Maroon and Tourist is retyping Pelter's 300. That's really funny.
We'll do it fast.
And also, you can do some mistype while retyping and gotten error, which is kind of funny. Other funny option.
And yeah, like even if they like after they finish retyping, they also have to figure out the test cases. So which one can get the counter case first?
They had some automation for do that. Like just test against a lot of random tests and see what's wrong.
So far, Petr passes Maroon's tests.
Actually, Petr seems to pass all Maroon's tests. Which maybe his solution is just correct one.
Right, he moved to another solution now, Maroon.
And so
he's opening Andrews now.
Petr is looking in himself is looking in different 900s, but probably they should be good. And here goes to 900s. So we have a lot of tourist template here. It's not sure if it's useful to read it. So we have only 1 minute to go.
Interesting. I just noticed that after all these challenges,
is Tourist still retyping the Petr's solution? No, it seems to be some other one.
I just noticed that after all this typing, Petr's solution on the easy is the fastest one.
Oh, that's funny. And we have
Okay,
only
there's
13
10
seconds.
seconds. Yep. Mm-hmm.
We're not sure if Gennady finished retyping some solution.
But
And
I don't think,
he will not be fast enough.
That's all.
So I think nothing happened. So the challenge phase is ended now. We are now waiting for system tests, but we will not show it in that stream. It would be separate. It would be a separate closing ceremony when the results will be re-evaluated. And so we are thanking everyone who looked our stream, and goodbye, and waiting you on closing ceremony. It will be back in around 20 minutes.
Thank you very much for watching. I think it was very exciting finals, and it may be that we have more excitement still before us during the results reveal.
Yep, we saw that some 300 gets challenged, so it's definitely not a straightforward task. So some of them might fail, and it might change the result of the first place. So yeah, we'll see. And of course, if the result stays, like all of them passes, Torres will win again for the 5th time in a row, I think, or fourth consecutive years.
4th time in a row, 5th time total.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, make sure you tune into the closing ceremony because this will be very exciting. Yeah, see you guys.
Hello, everybody. Can you see me? I'm here. I'm so excited to be here. Please let me know in the chat that you're here and that you're here live and excited to see us today, because it is our grand finale of the TCO22 Finals. Yeah, I can hear your excitement through the computer. I promise. All right. So listen, I see some folks in the chat. I see Paraviki, hello. Hi, Sullypur, and TCJPEG, that's Adam. Hi, Michael, and who else do I see? Sultan. Hi, Steve. Hi, V-Dave. Cutter the Cat, welcome back. Neon Ray. Hi, everybody. So glad to see you. Are you excited for the TCO award ceremony to see who's going to be our champion? There's Kojam and April. Hi, guys. Benita. Oh, it's so nice to see all my friendly handles. Obviously, I don't see your faces. I'm Jessie from Topcoder. So thanks for joining us today. We're really excited to have you all here for our award show. It has been a few amazing days, has it not, right? So thank you so much for being here. This TCO has been very interesting. I will say that when I was thinking about this the other day, the TCO journey this year has been very reminiscent of a new member journey at Topcoder. So if you think about a new Topcoder member, you join Topcoder, you're new, maybe you register for a few challenges and you submit, but you fail. Maybe you fail a few times, you fail again and again, but you keep practicing and learning and growing, and you want to continue trying to submit to see if you can win. And maybe you submit and then you start placing in a challenge, and then maybe you submit and then you win some money, and then you submit and win first place, right? So it's a lot of trial and error practice, and you do well. Yeah, so that's similar to the TCO experience this year, quite honestly, if you think about it. We had some plans, and they kind of fell through, unfortunately, and then we had to scrap and learn and grow and then go try again. Had some more failures and tried again. In fact, even this past week, we had some potential failures, and we had to go back to the drawing board and learn some more. So it has been a journey to get this TCO to you guys. And you guys are doing this journey yourselves all the time here at Topcoder. So I have lots of firsthand experience now. So I'm really glad that we're here. We made it. We survived. And yeah, really, really happy to be here. And for those of you commenting, yes, I am wearing the same pink Topcoder shirt. I've been wearing it all week because it's my favorite. I have cleaned it. I promise I don't smell. But yes, welcome back. It's so great to be here, and I'm so glad we got through this competition. It's been very interesting, but we didn't give up on you guys, and I wanted to make sure this is the best TCO we could bring to you in person. So before I get started into some fun stuff, because I know you guys are here for a specific reason, as in, hey, you want to know who's winning TCO. Who wants a t-shirt? Because I don't think we've given out any random t-shirts yet at TCO. Last year I was throwing them at the screen, and that was a lot of fun. So who wants me to throw a t-shirt to them? Come on, raise your hand, let me know. Because we were taught last year, I was definitely behind my computer just throwing shirts at the screen, pretending you guys were going to catch them. So everybody get ready. I'm gonna pick up my TCO shirt, and I'm gonna throw it at you, and we're gonna see who wants to catch it. So just put in the chat if you think you caught it, and I'll confirm who caught the shirt. All right, you guys. All right, here we go. Throwing the TCO shirt at you. Woo! All right, who caught it? Who caught it? Who wants it? Nobody wants a shirt? Oh, play like never before seems to think he caught it. I think you did too. So good job. Good catch. The fastest typer. Nice job. I think there might be a little delay in the comments, but that's okay. Play like never before. note that he won a t-shirt or you won a t-shirt. Awesome, awesome. You guys are all fighting over, I did. Okay, I love throwing t-shirts to my computer screen, but next year I'm hoping to throw them to you in person. Everyone always jokes they're gonna get me a t-shirt gun. I've looked them up. I wanna get a t-shirt I can like throw it to the crowd. Everybody loves their Topcoder t-shirts. All right, so we have a lot of champion announcements to do. I'm sitting here watching my team work in the background to finalize our algorithm winner so we can announce it. So exciting. But first, we're going to start off with a special award. So at TCO every year, we have an award that we call the Spirit Award. And our Spirit Award is the award that goes to a Topcoder member who exemplifies the spirit of the event. So even in a virtual atmosphere, we have people who can do that. And I'm so grateful to see so many of you folks here watching and interacting and being a part of our event. So our Spirit Award winner, I'm honored to announce is this year L. Piotrovskaya. So Lydia Perevskaya. So I'm not sure if she's here, but Lydia has been here each day cheering on the algorithm competitors, chatting and showing off the spirit of TCO. I've had the pleasure of working with Lydia for some TCO regional events, and I know how much she values what we do here. So thank you, Lydia, for being here and being our TCO22 Spirit Award winner. We are so happy to have you in our community. Congratulations, Lydia. Okay, so again, I know you're really excited to see some champions. Are we ready to move on to that? Or should we just chit chat here a little bit? Maybe we can throw out a few more t-shirts. All right. So this year for TCO Finals, we wanted to do something special. So we had some time. Well, we thought we had some time. We had some time, and we have the brains, obviously, all of you. So a few months ago, my colleague Russ, he was going to a sales event for Topcoder, and he was sharing how he wished he had an app to capture info from the people there or have something handy to show off Topcoder. So I decided that with the amazing competition team we have at Topcoder, we were going to build that app during the finals. Okay. So they thought I was crazy, naturally. And I was absolutely crazy that we could do this during the finals. But the competitions team, they persevered. And we got it done with the help of our amazing finalists. So I'm so excited that we were able to build an awesome app during TCO Finals with your guys' help. A working app that we can use. So I can't wait to show you. So what did we have to do first? We had to do design first, right? So co-piloted by Ariefk with a ton of input and help from Ariefk. We had the pleasure of our the Topcoder account executive, Janice, as a judge. And it was so incredibly tough. So our designers were building a sales tool to have a project showcase, a product that we could, something we could brag about during a live event. We had one that was really functional, something that we can actually build. And then we had a second round where it was a little more exciting, where we enabled them to do a scavenger hunt type thing, which was really cool. So the functionalities included the project details, searching, filtering industries, showing off some of our case studies, contact sharing, and they all had to use the brackets design system for Topcoder. So our designers had 2 full rounds of competition, and they blew our minds as usual. Myself and Ariefk and Ariefk and Janice, we were all in many meetings, and it was so hard to decide the champion. We went back and forth so many times. I'm not even kidding. It was a fantastic experience to see what our designers came up with, how they approached both rounds, as you guys saw earlier today. And I was so impressed with our final results. So without further ado, we are ready to see the final results of our design champion winning $10,000. Let's see who the winner is. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Congratulations, iamtong, TCO champion again. Amazing. $10,000 for you. That is just incredible. Wow. So, yeah, I see some of the questions. So these designers had 2 rounds and they were 3 hours each. But Tong is our TCO design champion. And congratulations to our 2nd and 3rd place. As I said, that was a really, really tough decision. We had no idea who was who. And I was just as surprised as you guys were when I heard who our champion was. So congratulations. Awesome. And we're hoping to get Tong up here to talk after we're done with all our awards. So hang tight, Tong. Okay, folks. So after we designed our app, we needed to build it, right? So we had our co-pilot GoStar set up the dev finals to focus on implementing the design built for this Topcoder sales app, companion app. The finals were split into 2 separate challenges, and the members were allowed to pick one to submit to, either the front end or the back end. The front end requirements dealt with converting the Figma designs into an Angular or React.js prototype that could be viewed and tested in a web browser. The back-end requirements covered the REST APIs needed to support the front end with storage in MongoDB. Fun fact, MongoDB was a TCO22 regional sponsorship. Thank you, MongoDB. Back-end developers were able to choose between Node.js, Java, or Python for implementation. After the dev finals, we also ran a public community challenge, an integration challenge. So thank you to all the Topcoder community members who went and finished the development work for our Topcoder Sales Companion app. So congratulations to those. And I also want to shout out to GoStar for helping with running this challenge. They did a fantastic job. And a special thanks to our reviewers W. Chung, and Wen Bin. So thank you so much. So Dev Finals, I'm really excited to see who the winner is. So without further ado, let's see who is our development champion. Congratulations, XXCXY. You are our new TCO22 development champion. Win $10,000. Amazing job. That was such a great competition. And I'm so happy for our second and third place winners as well. Fantastic job all around, folks. That was XXCXY's first TCO championship. So congratulations. We're so happy for you. Awesome job. And I must give a shout out to Nursultan, who is competing in 3 competition finals. So to place is pretty impressive. So congrats to Nursultan as well. All right, you guys. So we've developed our app. What do we do next? Well, naturally, there's going to be some bugs, right? So we have to QA that. So we tested our Topcoder sales app, co-piloted by Drastic DPK. The TCO QA finals started with a regression test. However, the bug hunt was a bit different as the participants were challenged to run 2 different bug hunts internally for the Topcoder Sales Companion app and externally simultaneously. So at the same time, they're doing 2 different things. The competition overall was very interesting and was a tough one. Special thanks to our reviewers, Winterflame and Iverson LV, as I said, and special thanks to Drastic TPK for being our co-pilot. So our QA champion, we want to see who the winner is. So without further ado, who is our QA TCO champion? Congratulations, CodeJam, for another TCO championship win. Oh, we're so excited for you. I wish I could see your face right now because I'm sure you're so excited with your family right now. Awesome, awesome job. Congrats to our top 3 and special congrats to our new reigning champion, TCO22 QA champion, CodeJam. Awesome job, everybody. Great competition. So very proud of you all. So we're hoping to get CodeJam back up here and XXCXY as well on the screen later on. All right, folks. So back to our app. We designed it, we developed it, we found some bugs. Now we got to fix the bugs, right? We got to fix the bugs. So that moves on to our first to finish finalists. So the TCO22 first to finish finals was focused on fixing those bugs raised during the QA phase for the Topcoder Sales Companion app. The bugs included the search result issues, filtering issues, email validation issues, image missing issues, and all those issues were fixed during this TCO22 finals. And special thanks to our reviewers, More Happiness and Bill Zedison, as well as our co-pilot, also Bill Zedison. It was a very intense competition. There are 14 different challenges going on, and Bill Zedison was handling a lot of things at once. It was pretty hectic. So the first to finish competition was a lot of fun, and these guys did a really great job fixing all of those bugs. So without further ado, let's see who our final first to finish champion is. Awesome job. Congratulations, Neon Ray, for your first TCO championship. And if I am not correct, I believe the first ever champion from Turkey. So someone fact check me, but I'm pretty sure that is true. Congratulations, Neon Ray. Awesome job. We're so proud of you. You won $10,000. Pretty awesome. Special consideration for Nursultan winning another second place. So fantastic job, you guys. Oh, Neon Ray, I wish I could see your face. You have to jump in now and we want to chat with you. So great job, everybody. What a fun competition. And honestly, doing all 4 of those in a row in the right order and actually building something was so incredible. We've always tried to do this at TCO and have never done it successfully. And this year, I'm really proud to say that we did. So it is something that to say about, maybe we couldn't be in person, but because we were virtual, we got to build something together that we can actually use, and our sales team is going to be super excited to do. At really last minute ad hoc, GoStar mocked up what the actual app is, so I want to show you guys. So I'm going to pull up, Nick is going to pull up the amazing app that we built for you guys to check out. So let's see that app. Really awesome. Built across 3 competitions. a really fun app for our sales team to use at events, built by a community during TCO Finals, folks. I can't wait to share this with them. And they can share this and they can search industries and see all the amazing work that you guys have done for our customers in hopes that they want to come and give us some work for you guys to do as well. How incredible is this? We built this app through TCO Finals, you guys. Huge props to our designers, our developers, all our QA folks, and our first to finishers. This is so cool. To say you were a part of this is very, very cool. It's a story we'll have forever. So thank you, folks. All right, are we ready to go on to our next competition? Awesome. Round of applause for that awesome app. I can't wait for the folks to be using it. So good job, everybody. So we are up to our next competition. We are going to announce the winners for, and that is the marathon match competition track. All right, so special thanks to our problem writer, Dimka Diamond, for the fantastic problem. I know everybody really enjoyed the problem he created. And a special thanks to our testers, Jaco Grone, KPHMD, and Daver19. So thank you guys for being a part of the marathon match finals. So the competitors were asked to create a bot to play a block game similar to Tetris. The competition was intense, with the lead changing many times during the 24-hour event. There was a lot of drama. One competitor's code didn't compile as it had too much pre-computed data. One competitor missed an hour and a half due to technical issues with Zoom and webcasting. One competitor developed a nasty headache and had to leave the competition early. And one competitor had to take a break to put his son to bed, which was adorable, obviously. After the dust settled, one competitor stood above all, but we're going to decide that through our system testing. I know personally that the Topcoder team worked really hard on this 24-hour marathon match competition. So if you guys don't realize, we want to hold up the integrity of the competition. So if they're competing for 24 hours, we need to monitor that, right? We don't want them just on their own, because we want this to be a legit competition where we know the integrity is at its all-time high. That means that we watched their screens for all 24 hours for all 12 of them. And so it was a heroic effort from the Topcoder team to make sure that all 12 competitors had monitoring during that entire 24 hours. So it was a massive effort on the Topcoder team. And I'm so proud of them for chipping in and running this. It was over a weekend, so we were really grateful to have their help and making sure that competition went smooth. So it is never considered cheating when your son accidentally smashes your keyboard. That's totally fine. It was really cute, actually, to see some of the kids popping in to some of the webcams. We were trying to be really considerate of your privacy, but also keeping an eye on the screen. So we're really happy for that. So do you guys want to see the results, or should we just keep chatting? No, you guys want the results. So without further ado, who is our TCO22 marathon match champion? came out on top again. Congratulations, Saiho. So proud of you. Great job, our TCO22 champion. You get to add another brackets trophy to your office there. I hope you have room on that shelf. You might have to get another one because I know how many you have back there. Congratulations, Saiho, and congrats to our second and third place, but all 12 of you for putting in such a strong, amazing effort in our marathon match finals. So happy for you guys. Congratulations. All right, so we have our algo winner, right, folks? We're good with that because that just happened. Just making sure my team is ready. I'm watching the chat or trying to keep up. So our algorithm round, we had 3 rounds, and after the first round, we brought our 4 into the finals. After the second round, we brought our next 4 into the finals, and they just competed a couple hours ago, not even, just finished on the keyboard coding away. A big shout out to Kasan Aaron and Misaf for their efforts with the algorithm rounds, writing those problems and running the rounds. So great job to you guys. So, all right. I know this is one you guys are all waiting for to see who our TCO22 algorithm champion is. So without further ado, who is our TCO22 algorithm champion? Let's find out now.
Wow, what a great event. But first, I have to thank the event organizers and volunteers, and a special thanks to Jesse and Becky for organizing this event. But as I know both of them would say, it takes a village. And there were a lot of volunteers who worked some long and late shifts and pulled off some last minute heroics, all to make sure that this event went off without any issues. So to all those volunteers and organizers, thank you. And to all the Topcoder members that competed, as I said in the beginning, this event was created to celebrate you. So whether or not you placed, you're already a champion. Congratulations. And of course, to all those that won, outstanding work. You're now a TCO champion, and you will forever be enshrined in our wall of champions with some of the most talented individuals in the world. Congratulations. Man, I hope everyone enjoyed this event. Selfishly, I'm just thrilled that I was able to watch some of the most brilliant individuals work their magic. It was absolutely amazing to watch. But next year's in-person event is going to be even bigger and more exciting. So to all the members out there, make sure that you're starting to earn your TCO points because you don't want to miss out on this next one. Thanks for a great TCO. Take care.
All right. Thank you, Doug. Congratulations, Tourist, and congratulations to all of our TCO champions. So awesome. $10,000 for each of you. It's going to be a great year for you guys. So proud of you. All right, so I am working with my team to bring up our champions. I'm going to give them a few minutes. I have a few more things to go over. And then I hope to bring them all up so we can congratulate them and see their happy faces and all that good stuff. So before we move on to that, I want to send a big thank you to our sponsors, the Better Cultural Challenge from HeroX. Folks, this is a challenge brought to you by HeroX and the NASA Tournament Lab to help the sea turtles, so please don't miss it. Check that out. It's really important that you go check it out and help that challenge. It should be a lot of fun. So thank you, HeroX, for your support. And also a special thank you to the Eric and Wendy Schmidt Center at the Broad Institute for sponsoring TCO. They have an amazing Cancer Solutions Data Science Challenge starting up in January. Don't miss all of that info. We look forward to seeing you helping with that competition. Next up, I want to give a big thank you to our Topcoder staff. The Topcoder team members, as I said, who chipped in and helped during all of the virtual stage duty, watching all the folks' screens. So thank you for all of you who chipped in to help. As Doug said, it takes the whole team. It takes a village to run TCO, and I couldn't do it without all of their help. A special thank you to our commentary folks. It's so hard to be live on camera talking through people coding and designing and all that stuff. So thank you to everybody who is a part of our commentary to help guide you through what was happening in these competitions. So thank you. Make sure you say thank you to them as well. A great round of applause for our commentator folks. I would like to say a thank you to the Topcoder community team as well. My overall team did a fantastic job helping in and chipping in to make TCO amazing. And then I would like to do a special thanks to Dara K. Congratulations. Great job, Dara K. Aaron on my team, Shashank, Bajar, Penna, Aditya, Kalindi, Carol, and Nick. It does take a village. So thank you to your help, your hard work. You guys did an amazing job pulling off TCO with me. We need to give a huge shout out to Sandika and the entire Overloops team over in Indonesia for all the amazing videos you've seen today. That is his team. They were working around the clock. We suffered a power outage over there. So regardless of what happened, they were on the ball. They just finished that video you saw for algorithm. They just did that right just now. So thank you to our awesome Sandika and Overloops team over in Indonesia. You can see all the video recaps in YouTube when this event is over. And then finally, a huge shout out for Becky to her first TCO executing. So great job, Becky. So glad to have you on the team. So please, if you worked with Becky, please give her a big shout out and congrats for her first TCO. All right. So do we have our champions? How are we doing, folks? Let's see who we've got. I think we've got some of them. So I think maybe we can start. Oh, yay. All right. All right. We have some TCO champions here. So we have iamtong and Yanray, Taurus, Kojam, and we're working on getting our dev champion and Saiho in here. So, all right, you guys, how are you feeling? All right, it sounds like we have some audio. I mean, we just threw these guys on last minute, so we didn't check them or anything. This is all ad hoc, guys. So if we don't hear you guys well, my apologies. But make sure you guys aren't watching the stream anywhere else and you mute it so we can hear you. Tong, can you hear us?
Yep.
Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Great. Thank you. Super cool. I didn't expect this.
Awesome. It was a really, really hard decision. I'm not kidding. I think we talked for like 5 or 6 hours. It was a lot. It was a lot. So we had no idea who was who. So I was very surprised that you were on top. So congratulations to you. I know that you decided to come to TCO anyway, even though we didn't do it in person. And I'm really sorry that it didn't work out, but we're so glad to see you competing still. And we're so happy for you. Congratulations. All right, let's move on to Neon Ray, your first TCO championship. How are you feeling?
I'm so happy.
You're so happy. Yes, I can barely hear you, but I can see the smile and it's like glowing.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah.
Very good. I can't wait to see what you're gonna buy me with your $10,000. Just kidding.
Whatever you want. First.
Oh, look at that! See, you guys heard it here. We have it recorded. Whatever I want. Awesome. So cool. All right. I'm so glad to have you here. Congrats. All right, Mr. Kojam, what's this, your second or third championship? How are you feeling over there?
It's my third. I'm feeling better now.
Awesome. So is your wife and son like jumping up and down with excitement?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Nice. Awesome. And how are you feeling, Gennady?
Yeah, feeling somewhat relieved maybe because it was really tense in the end. And yeah, like it's a common phrase to say that I didn't expect that and so on, right? In this case, after the competition was over, I really did not expect that. I expected my 250 problem to fail, but I guess it didn't fail. So yeah, congratulations to the other winners, and thanks to all the competitors. They made a great job, and thanks to Topcoder as well.
Oh, you're welcome. Congratulations. We did have you on the big screen pacing a little bit in that room you were in, and I was like, oh, I feel so bad we're showing him pacing, but it's part of the competition.
I would do the same if it was an on-site competition. I would just walk around my working space.
Yeah,
I'm just used to do that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's easier to think on feet.
All right, you heard it here first, guys. If you can't solve the algorithm problem, try pacing because it works for tourists. There you go.
Yep.
And we have Saiho. Hey, Saiho, congratulations. Are you going to have to buy another shelf for your trophy? That's what I want to know.
I think I'm good. But honestly, I don't know if you can hear me at all.
We can. We hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Because I have 3 different cameras connected to my laptop, and I couldn't choose the proper one.
No, we see you. We hear you. You're good.
How
are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I knew the result mostly because for some weird reason, the final results were posted during the day 1 analysis.
Oh.
So it wasn't really, and it was very obvious. And then like everyone denied, no, it's provisional results, but it wasn't at all. So, I was just waiting, essentially, for the first time. And also for the very first time in the marathon, this is my 13th marathon. And for the very first time, I raised from the provisional leaderboard. Every year, I either stayed the same or dropped. So essentially, this is the first time I can be positively, surprised.
That's great. Awesome. Yeah, it's nice to see your name back on top. Yeah, it was awesome competition. Everyone loved it. What did you think of the problem?
So I'm usually not very happy about the problem, but this year was really, really good, honestly. Like probably the best one we had for 24 hours so far. Hopefully never again, but
Right?
the best one so far.
I'm with you there. Hopefully never again. We don't want to do 24-hour marathon again. But you were at the one where we did a 24-hour on stage, weren't you? Do you remember that one?
Yes, very vividly.
Yes, we did a 24-hour round in person, everybody. We were crazy. I don't know why.
People were sleeping on the beanbags.
Yes, they were. The rule was if you left the arena, you were done. So they would just roam around the arena or just lay down for a little bit. Yeah, whose stupid idea was that? Sorry. Not sorry? All right, so it looks like we can't get our dev champion here. I'm so sorry, XXCXY. We're going to have to take a rain check for you. But we're so happy that you are our new champion. It's your first time. So if you have anything to say, please put it in the chat. We want to hear from you. We do have just a few more minutes, so I want to make sure that if you guys have any special questions you want to ask our new champions, now is your time. I would like to talk to Neon Ray and tell us what you thought of the challenge. What did you think of that challenge this year?
Yeah, it was actually much more close to the real first finish challenge this year. So we have like 14 problems and in 2 sets actually. I guess 8 of them are connected challenges and the other 6 or 5 are independent challenges. My strategy was to like go with the connected challenges. So if I can get started that early, if I can finish one of them early, I will get an advantage. And I choose that strategy, and looks like it's worked out.
Nice. And what about you, Kojam? What did you think of the competition this year?
This year I think it's very stressful. So because we had I think around 100 bucks. So most of the people who participated were very strong. So I think this is the most stressful TCO ever I have participated. So because most of the people, they are very tough and they know the background very well. So that is why I think so.
Yeah, for sure. And was it interesting to see like your bugs that you found get solved in the first to finish competition? Was that cool?
Or yeah,
right?
so I saw that from the design level. So we had to find bugs in a sales app that is Topcoder is using. So yeah, that is pretty exciting.
Nice. Now, Tong, I know how you felt about the first design problem. You thought it was a little boring, which for the record, it was probably a little boring, but probably more harder because it was a little more simple, but not simple. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, it was. It's like it's really simple design problem, but like I did a bad job on that part, and yeah, it's hard to be like if you are not familiar to Topcoder design system, that makes it even harder to figure out like which components to use in the design and that stuff. But even the design problem itself is like, okay, this is not that hard, but how can you make it to be like really good one, something like that.
Yeah, for sure. All right, now, and I want to just finish up with Gennady here. So Taurus, which round was harder for you? The final round today or the semifinal yesterday?
The final round was harder, of course. Maybe only the last problem in the final was actually the easiest one, which was not expected. It was kind of knowledge-oriented, I would say. But otherwise, I started really sloppily. I spent half of my time on the easy problems, so it didn't go too well, but yeah.
But it did.
In the semifinal, yeah, I mean, it eventually did because of the last problem, but it didn't start well, I would say. But yeah, both competitions were tough, and yeah, thank you, JC.
We have a question from Sean. How do you keep yourself cool and focused? You look so tense.
Just do it.
Just do it.
Yeah, like someone said, just get good.
Yep. Practice. Awesome. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna have our engineer here kick me out so we can get a screenshot of you guys, a photo, and then we will Photoshop XXXCXY in. So I want the best thing ever. We'll count it down and take a nice photo. So Daniela and the back end, get ready for a good screenshot. You can kick me out now, and let's get a good picture of our champions. All right. Nice, guys. Nice. Very, very nice. All right. So another big congratulations to all of you. We are so grateful to have you in our community. We love having you here. I can't wait to hug you all in person next year, for reals. So thank you so much. And you guys can head on out now, and we're going to close this thing out. But congratulations again. Yay. We have new champions, guys. So exciting. All of them going home with $10,000, which is also very exciting. All right. So we have done all of our thank yous. We have done all our winner announcements. I have a few more housekeeping items for you. So some of you are on a leaderboard that I know you're very excited about. Is that true? Yes. So for being here and taking part in all of the things going on during TCO, you're getting points. So we don't have winners for that yet. Just heads up on that, because there's still some things closing out. So make sure you finish up those competitions that are eligible by submitting to them. And you can still be adding your memories to the TCO timeline wall. I feel like there's going to be 6 new memories added just now for our champions winning, of course. So go hit the timeline wall and add your memories there. And we are going to continue tallying up that leaderboard, and we will make an announcement, most likely not this coming Monday, but the following Monday on our Community Monday Meetup. So join our Community Monday Meetup if you want to know who won, but we'll make sure that we do communicate the winners as well. We just have to finish up those competitions. Now, I have a bone to pick with Piotr because he's on the leaderboard for the trivia, and I can't believe he beat me. I'm very disappointed that Topcoder Trivia I am not first place in. Granted, I can't win, but I'm still mad that I'm not first place. So what happened was I accidentally clicked something wrong, and I tried to fix it, and so I kept angry clicking, thinking, and then I just kept getting more and more wrongs. So I failed the trivia, and I'm very disappointed about that. So we will have prizes for our top 3 trivia folks. I know some of you guys are excited about that. So coming up, we will make sure that you guys get a really cool TCO22 t-shirt. So we'll be in touch for that. And let's see. Yes, so make sure that leaderboard. And you guys, just so you know, TCO23 is happening right now. So if you enjoyed this and you saw the competitions and you want to be a part of it next year, you can be. Just compete. And the more you compete, the more points you earn, and you could be here next year, maybe on that screen or on stage, being a TCO champion, winning that brackets tournament, that brackets trophy. So we also have our brackets tournament this happening right now. And if you're competing in those challenges, we have a mini little TCO coming up in February, I believe. So lots of cool things. You can see it all at tco23.topcoder.com. Really excited for that. Now, we need your feedback, okay? I know you guys get so mad at me for asking all the time, surveys, this and that. Your feedback helps because we read that and we use that feedback to make things better, okay? So make sure you also add in your feedback for the event, and our finalists will get a special feedback to share their feedback about the competitions, about how everything went. All right. So before I go, I'm going to close it out and throw another t-shirt because I know you guys really want another t-shirt. So here comes a t-shirt. Who's ready to catch a t-shirt before we close out the day? All right, I'm going to throw it out and let me know who catches it, all right? Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. All right, who caught it? Who caught it? The cat? The cat. Oh, caught her the cat. I think you caught the cat. The shirt. Caught the shirt. Nice catch with your cat-like reflexes. All right, so we are going to be finished up here in a minute, but I wanted to make sure you guys all know we're going to head over to Discord maybe play some Type Racer, maybe some Pictionary, maybe hang out a little bit and celebrate the end of TCO. So if you're not in Topcoder Discord, please go there now after this is over, because we definitely want to hang out and chat, maybe talk to some of our finalists some more. But again, a big thank you to everybody. Thank you for being here. This has been fantastic. It's not the same not being in person, but we made the best of it. And I'm really, really happy that we got to run TCO this way. Congratulations to our winners. Thank you, everybody, again. This is me for TCO22 signing off. We'll see you next year.